Okay, we'll call today's meeting to order. It's the January 7th, 2026 meeting of the Riel Community Committee, our first meeting of 2026. I'm Brian Mays. I'm the City Councillor for St. Vital Ward. Be chairing today's meeting, joined by my colleagues, Councillor Allard from the St. Boniface Ward and Councillor Chambers from the St. Norbert Seine River Ward. I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional land of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We have a moderately long agenda here and then a public hearing thereafter. So I don't know if we have any items of new business, but we'll deal with that as we go. So Councillor Chambers, could you approve the minutes of the previous meeting, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. That's carried. And Councillor Allard's conflicted out on one item, but we have a number of delegations first. You know, a considerable number of delegations here. So, am I missing anything, Mr. Clerk?
Yep, we're in order.
And Zach, our clerk's here with us for a few more meetings, he advises, before we have a various shuffling of the clerks. So glad to have you back, Zach, and Steve's with us from planning. Filling the large shoes, metaphorically and literally, of Devin Clark. So good to have you here, Steve. So we'll roll on then. First delegation we have Veronica Eno and Brian Ward from Qualico. I think Veronica's listed first. This is a rare Qualico matter that isn't in my ward, but is rather in Councillor Allard's ward.
It's not that rare.
It's a moderately rare item.
Moderately, yeah. It's okay, moderately. Fine.
Morning, we'll appear together, save some time. So Brian Ward, Qualico Communities, here with Veronica to speak to number 5. And really, we're just here to answer any questions of the committee if there are any. It's an extension of time. At this point, everything is complete. We're waiting for documents to be released from the city to go through the registration process and submit them. And there was a concern that that wouldn't happen quite in time with the previous deadline. So we asked for a few extra months. The report's extending by a year. It's well more than we need. So we don't have any concerns, but happy to answer any questions if there are.
Yep, fire away.
I mean, do you mind if we make it 6 months?
No, not at all.
Okay, just,
Yeah, I think we'd asked for March in our letter of intent.
okay.
And the administration, the default is just a year extension, but 6 months is perfectly fine.
Yeah, just eager to get going, right?
No concerns at all.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would drop us into July, presumably?
For the
Well, either way, it'll be back before the election, so either it's September.
It's just an extension for registration. There's
okay.
So this is just the final closing of, there was a back lane closure and there was some negotiation with the city and some bunch of legal documents that needed to be completed. And this is just getting those documents from the city into land titles to register.
So it may actually help things along if we extend the deadline, but not by 5 years. Well, that's what I'm saying.
6 months is great. The sooner we can get through today.
But if I say 3, is that okay?
It's probably fine.
Okay.
We don't control land titles, so that's always the risk. So if
But-
you set 3 and it sits at land titles for
We come
2.5,
back here.
we'll have to be back.
Do you mind
6
that?
months would give us plenty of time. It won't take 6 months to get through land titles.
6 months.
So your preference is 6?
It's the safer.
Okay.
Yes, that's my preference.
Okay.
After today, with this, legal will release the documents to us. They're holding them until there's a decision on the extension, and then they'll go into land titles immediately.
But the only consequence would be you coming back here and asking for another extension, presumably.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm happy to.
Okay.
I will. I don't know about happy, but I'm okay with granting the 6.
Okay, so we'll many other delegations today, but
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
That's it. I owe you a phone call on the Catelco matter, Mr. Ward. We'll have to do with that, and
We'll-
any delegation from, okay.
We're here together. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up on plan approval 1680 St. Mary's Road. Number of plan approvals today. That's St. Norbert, Sand River Ward. We've got Tom Montaigne and David Gothrop. Oh, this is the, we just keep extending it. No, wait, this is actual plans.
Morning.
Morning.
Right.
Yes, if you can just state your name and,
Tom Montaigne.
and
what
you
else?
have up to, used to be 10, now it's 5 minutes to speak to us in terms of the item, which is 1680 St. Mary's Road.
Well, this is a project that Village Canadien Housing Co-op has been working on for, I think, 15 years probably. And we, that is my firm, have been working on it for 5 years. It required subdivision of their existing property, which has 27 townhouse, multi-unit townhouse units. The idea is that we're going to build a 6-story, 84-unit affordable seniors housing project on the subdivided property, which is the piece adjacent to St. Mary's Road. Package is fairly thorough, I think. I could tell you more about it, or you could ask questions.
Okay. Any issues with the planning report?
Not that we have.
Pleased to see this finally moving after, yes, decade or more. There's a phrase here about existing structures will be, the existing structures on site will be demolished.
Yeah.
What's,
On the subdivided property, there's 3 townhouse buildings with, I think, a total of 13 units. And about 4 or 5 years ago, we upgraded all the other townhouse units, you know, with building envelope renewal. And we left these ones because it was slated to be demolished. So it is removal of 13 low-rise units to be replaced by 84 seniors housing units.
so the property kind of wraps around the privately held, the project right at the corner, or the property that's right at the southwest of River and St. Mary's. That's not, you're not right on the corner.
No, we're not
but
on the
sort of-
corner.
Yeah,
Just in behind that.
yeah, it's an oddly shaped piece of land.
Yes.
Wasn't there some, maybe jumping in, wasn't there some, there was a crosswalk funding issue here somewhere? Did that get?
I think that was built already,
Yeah,
but the payment of it was an issue.
yeah.
Payment of the, oh, sorry, go ahead, David.
David Gothrop from Village Canadian. The issue was dealt with. Payments have been made.
Okay.
It's completed.
I should probably rule myself out of order for that question, because it's a plan approval, but anyway, I'm just so pleased to see this thing moving forward.
Yeah, I am too.
We've
Everyone is.
extended the time, but
Yeah,
you've
it
been,
really is.
you've been here, so kudos to you. You've pushed this thing along fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilor Chambers, your ward technically, any?
Yeah, no, and again, I have been involved or sat in on a few meetings where this has been the subject of discussion, and it's great to see it moving forward now.
Thank you.
It's a revitalization of infrastructure in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And again, you know, it'll be a beautiful addition to the west side of St. Mary's Road.
Yeah, it'll really serve the community well if we move forward, when we move forward with this.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great, okay.
Great.
I think those are all our questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 more delegations registered, I think, Mr. Clerk. Zach Nimchuk, yes, two perhaps contesting views on 1275 St. Anne's Road, which is Report 8. This is Mr. Nimchuk's registered on this one. See, there, okay.
Hello, thank you for hearing this matter, councillors and city staff. My name is Zach Nimchik from Affinity Architecture. We've been hired by Progressive Real Estate to assist with this development at 1275 St. Anne's. The site proposal has two buildings on the site. The north building is a 6-story multifamily building with 2 commercial units on the main floor facing St. Anne's, as well as indoor parking. The building has 108 residential units. Progressive Real Estate has been working with a nonprofit and is going to be providing 20% of the building accessible and affordable units. The building itself is clad in high-quality materials, fiber cement, stone, veneers, and wood look accents and columns. The south building on the site is a 2-story commercial building with 3 units facing St. Anne's, again clad in the same materials. We exceed the parking count on the site by 10 spaces. We meet and exceed all of the landscaping requirements outlined in the zoning bylaw. We're providing a 6-foot wood fence to the adjacent properties, as well as wood garbage enclosures with gates to conceal any refuse. Just walking through the site, again, the building on the left side of the screen is the 6-story apartment. The building in the middle right is the 2-story commercial unit. There's 2 parking areas, all of which are accessed only from St. Anne's. Just a quick view of the landscaping plan showing the amount
Sorry,
of.
north is to our left here?
It's sort of to the corner, but mostly to the left, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Just going over the amounts of trees and shrubs that will be provided on the site.
The 6-foot fence is going to be adjacent to those, I guess it's 3-story or 4-story buildings in
Yeah.
Creek Bend?
Yes, the 6-foot wood fence would be along the left side of the screen, the top, all the way down, all the way to Creek Bend. So against all properties that aren't a roadway would have the 6-foot wood fence.
Yeah, and then there's no curb cut on Creek Bend Road. They're both on St. Anne's?
That's correct. Both accesses are from St. Anne's only.
And that gives garbage enough room to get in there and take out containers and whatnot?
Yep, the path through the main lot has sufficient clearances for garbage trucks, fire trucks, all of that to service the site as required.
And it's snow removal instead of on-site storage?
I do not believe there is capacity on site for significant storage. They would have to be removed from the site. But there is some space behind the commercial units that could have some snow storage in a short-term capacity.
Carry on, sorry. It's your time.
Yep, no, that's just a quick run through of the proposed elevations. Again, fiber cement cladding, stone veneer, some wood look columns and accents along the balconies, and a roof line that is more dynamic than just a typical standard hip roof. And then that same language would continue on with the commercial units, similar materials, so that the site acts as one cohesive whole. I'm happy to hear or answer any questions if you have any more.
Can you, 2 things, and 3 things actually, any issues with the planning report?
Nope, no issues with that.
So we're okay, it's C2 zoning, but that permits this sort of
Yeah,
structure?
commercial and residential mixed use is permitted.
Okay. This has been rezoned in 2012. I was the counselor. I mean, this goes, I was 6 months into the job, I think. I mean, what has taken this 13 and a half years?
I don't know the full history dating back. I was just getting out of high school at that time, so.
Much like Counselor Allard. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But obviously, there was a rezoning hearing on July 9th of 2012 to C2, but, I mean, that may not be a fair question to you. Okay, and there was some bad noise yesterday, emails about an access onto something new being in newly filed plans. Are we seeing whatever the newly filed plans are?
Yeah, we received a submission of the plans on yesterday. Yeah, that had conflicting
Yeah,
approach.
there was an inconsistency in the plan that an older plan showed the access on Creek Bend, which is not part of the project. There is no access off Creek Bend, and there will not be.
Okay, can you give me that again, though? That was about as blunt as you could be, probably. Okay, so whatever the concern raised yesterday with access onto Creek Bend was based on an old, was a misunderstanding, or?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Had the plans always been for 6 stories?
I believe at one point there was a proposal for 5 stories, but 6 stories is permitted under the zoning bylaw.
When was the other story added? How recent?
I'm not sure, Jeff, if you know the answer. When was that? So it was added with this application. The previous application would have had the 5-story option, which was the max permitted at that time.
I'll ask questions of public service when their time comes.
Sounds good. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Final registered delegation, and again, this is on the main agenda. We do have a public hearing coming. There will be, one suspects, many delegations on that. David Watson is registered on plan approval 1275 St. Anne's Road.
No registration, no one on Zoom, in our Zoom lobby.
So call again for David Watson. This may have been dealt with by the realization that that was an old drawing, because that was the concern raised yesterday. Okay, well,
So the registration, was it in support or not in support?
with respect to, it
With
looks like.
respect.
So there was no position on it?
Let me verify for a moment, please.
Do you want us to deal with Le Petit Bonheur first? Or
Yeah,
last?
that would take care of something.
Okay. Yeah, let's deal with it first.
Should I go now? Do we need to say,
Unless
do we need to say something?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, for information, correct.
Okay, well, we turn then to our main agenda. The first item is one where a community incentive grant application for Le Petit Bonheur incorporated in Councillor Allard's ward, who has a
I have a conflict of interest.
conflict
I'd
of
like to
interest, so.
Leave the room. See y'all in a bit.
Okay.
It's probably, well. Mr. Clerk, do you mind, I don't have my card. Am I letting you?
We're not gonna be that long.
Not gonna be that long. Okay, so number one is an application for community incentive grant funding from Councillor Allard's ward funding, and the 2026 approved city budget allocated $69,000 to each ward for the CIGP program, in addition to whatever it was we were allocated last year. But, Mr. Clerk, you have indicated there's a technical issue here.
Correct. Community Services has reached out to confirm that the funds have not been processed yet for the adopted budget. Therefore, they're recommending that we adjourn this matter until they can confirm we have it in stock to a grant.
Okay,
So
and our next meeting is
End of January.
on us quite quickly, January 30th, I believe.
I can verify that.
The much-loved
Yes,
ones that are the
January
day after council meetings, which everyone. Okay, so, do you want to move adjournment?
Yeah, to the February meeting?
Sure, I believe that'll be February 20th.
Yeah.
Fine by me. Okay, Council Chambers moves adjournment to February 20th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, that's carried. can we get at that time whatever balance Councillor Allard has in his CIGP? Like, we do get a monthly
course,
update,
yeah.
but lots of balls in the air here. Okay, so if we can have our colleague return then? I've got somebody to move for Riel. Marcus, do you want to take the chair on number 2, because I've got somebody to move?
Okay.
Although I don't have their CV with me.
It's okay, as long as we have the name, you can just give me the information.
Any other new business that you've got, Marcus? Yeah, this shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. For those who are here for the public hearing, we will move through the remainder of this agenda with all deliberate speed, and then we should have a 10-minute or so break before we start up at 10. We cannot start the public hearing before 10:30, so we'll start at 10:30 or shortly thereafter, unless we get into a fiery debate about one of these items, but I don't think that's likely. Okay, I'll hand the chair on, welcome back, Councillor Allard. I'll hand the.
Is that a challenge, Councillor Hayes?
Yeah, well. No, lance un défi. Number 2, I'll hand the chair to Councillor Chambers. I'll move appointment to the Real Library Committee for Anju Bajaj, who's a resident of my ward, who's an award-winning teacher, actually, educator in STEM education. And who had applied to be on the Climate Advisory Committee, but we've had very few vacancies there. So I'll move appointment of Anju Bajaj.
Okay, so I'm in the chair.
I think Marcus is.
Oh, Marcus is, okay.
Do you
So
do you have
then-
any other comments?
Well, I also support this nomination.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, councilors, just to confirm, there are 2 appointment slots, so is there, just on Anju Bajaj today?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, for me at least, yeah.
We'll have to review.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
All right, thank you. I'll take back the chair. Number 3, we move into the St. Vital bit of Councillor Chambers' ward. This is a land dedication application from Samuel Berland School.
Yeah, they're looking to do an outdoor learning space. These have become exceedingly popular since COVID, but the ability to be outside and learn, I think is a direction a lot of school divisions are moving. So I would like to support this with a grant of $6,725 from my LDR budget.
Yeah, that's great. No, we're doing a lot of these with, we've done several of these with LRSD, so happy to support. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, that's carried. Still in the St. Vital portion of Councillor Chambers' ward, Cole George McDowell.
Yeah, so new principal at George McDowell. And one of the first things he reached out for funding for an outdoor ice rink. He had previously done this at the schools, I believe it was at Varennes. And he used to do this at the schools that he was principal at. And, talked about how much of a benefit it was to having this local amenity on the school grounds. So I'm supporting $2,000 from my LDR fund for the purpose of building an ODR, or as they say, outdoor rink.
Sorry, Counselor, just to confirm, so we're not concurring in the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service and we'll waive criteria, that being criteria 1, 2, and 3. I can read those out if you'd like.
Yep.
No? Oh,
Don't read those.
okay. So we'll waive criterias 1, 2, and 3. We'll grant the amount of $2,000 to Ecole George McDowell, and that will then proceed to, I believe, executive EPC.
And
Yeah,
council.
yeah, it's got to go all the way up. Okay, Yes, fully support. Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, contrary, that's carried. Number 5 is the Qualico item that was spoken to, with the extension of time for some number of months.
6.
That I can no longer remember. Over to Councillor Ellard.
Get on that.
6 months.
Yeah, that's the one. So I'll move with anticipation, 6-month layover for this. Sounds like the work's in and a certain number of administrative functions need to be performed before it's a go. So as we heard from the applicant, I'd like to move 6 months.
We also have Angie Savage from Public Works, Property Development to speak on the matter, if should you need administration.
We're not so much laying over as extending the time limit, aren't we?
If the public service, let's hear what they have to say, if anything.
Sure. All right, that's fine. Hey, welcome, Angie. How are
Good morning,
you?
councilors. Happy New Year.
You
Happy
too.
New
Happy New Year.
The public service does not have a concern with the 6 months. That's totally fine on our end.
Okay, all right, well, everything's aligning, so as I had moved prior to, I'll just move 6 months?
So to confirm, that'll be the date of March 12th, 2027,
Okay, so moved.
How is that 6 months?
because I believe the report said December 12th, 2026 with the initial 3.
But you're not giving them more time to satisfy, are you? That you can.
I heard 6 months. I'll go with
6
the,
months from today, or 6 months in addition to the December 2026?
I heard 6 months, and in the context, I understood 6 months, so let's move 6 months. I understand the consequence of there being an issue with that is that they come back and talk to us, so 6 months from today.
Because, okay, 6 months from today, so then that'll be, yeah, July 12th, correct?
Sounds good.
Okay, so moved.
All right, so move. We all got that? Okay, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, contrary, that's carried. Hand the chair to Councillor Ellard as he'll remember his days representing 966 John Bruce Road East.
Oh, those were the days.
This one's in my ward now. Didn't we have 2 separate hearings on this? Steve, do you remember this?
For which one?
The matter be concluded. Yes, we extended the time. No, I'm remembering. Okay, I will move, sorry, yeah, this one's had a long run. I'll move that the time limit to provide for the enactment of the necessary rezoning, I'll move the public service recommendation, so we extend it by a year.
Okay. Councilor Chambers is in the chair. I heard a motion.
I think I tried to give you the chair.
I am in the chair. I heard a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Contrary carried. All right.
Next one, please stay in the chairs. The next one's mine as well. I want to lay this over. I hope to have Mr. Winthrop here if only to trade wits with him. But I'm not, and we don't have anyone from real estate on the Zoom call. Yeah, I want to lay this over to Jan 30th, because this is, it's a sale of city land that was larded with conditions, and they've been building on the land. So I assume they now own the land, but they haven't been satisfying the conditions, which included paving of a lane or portion of a lane. So I have questions. So I will move to lay this over. I don't think there's any problem with that, is there? It's an extension of time.
No
Okay,
issues.
I'll move to lay over to our January 30th meeting.
Okay.
And I do want someone from real estate here to speak to this at that meeting.
Okay. I'll have that noted.
This is item 7? This is item 7?
This is item 7, yeah. So Councillor Allard, I'll move to extend, to lay this over to January 30th.
So moved by Councilor Mays. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried.
All right, I'll take the chair back because we're now into we're back into Councillor Chambers' ward here. So 1275 is the plan approval that we heard Mr. Nimchuk on. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, so just chatting this morning with the planner, just the updated plans, the most recent plans. You said you received something on Monday?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why we received those plans, to be honest with you. But the plans that we are considering today are the ones that we received as part of the application. and those ones are dated November. And as Mr. Nimchuk said, they do not include an approach onto Creek Bend Road.
Is there an opportunity to call the developer down to find out why they sent plans on Monday? Okay.
Delegations have concluded, but we could return to delegations if that's the request.
Yeah.
Sorry?
If that's,
Yeah.
okay, so Councillor Chambers moves to reopen delegations on this matter. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, contrary, that's carried. So Mr. Nimchuk is still in the house here, if he could come down, and I think Councillor Chambers has a
Provide
question for you.
clarification on what was sent on Monday and why?
And just an extension of 2 minutes of time.
Yeah. So moved.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the extension of 2
2
minutes
minutes.
of time?
Aye.
Aye, okay, thank you, that's carried. So I think you've heard the question, Mr. Nimchuk, why?
Yeah, I
What
believe
happened?
what happened was just when registering for this hearing, the presentation that was sent included a wrong slide of an older plan.
And that's simply it?
That's simply it.
And it's the cutout on Creek Bend that is now closed?
Yes, and the plans that were presented today did not have the creek bend.
Okay.
And those are the plans that we are applied with.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Watson's paying attention, I gotta give him that. Okay, but good to get that resolved, thank you.
That's it?
That's it, do you wanna move?
Yeah, I'll move the public service recommendation.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, contrary, that's carried. The long-awaited plan approval at 1680 St. Mary's Road, this one has been, how many layovers have we had on this one? This also predates, this one may predate Councillor Allard, not only Councillor Chambers.
Predate
it-
you? Is it predate you?
No, it's just at the start of one. So this has been a long-running, good work by Mr. Gothrop and others to get this thing to the finish line, hopefully. So, Councillor Chambers.
Yeah. So it's great to see this project, starting to move forward. Again, having sat at the table, learning about this plan, and learning what it's going to do to the local neighborhood in terms of revitalization, I think it's exciting. Again, this is an area that, Councillor Mays and I share, divided by the dotted line on the street. But I'm certain that as this does move forward, he'll see the benefits of it as well. Beautiful building, and, yeah, happy to support it.
Great, all right, well, so moved by Councillor Chambers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, contrary, that's carried. We look forward to seeing that. Please invite all of us when you open it, because that has been a long-running, the co-op's not a profit-making entity, so it's been a long voyage for them. And on to Councillor Chambers' motion here, number 10.
Okay, so, I'm asking for a little bit of latitude here in terms of asking our public service to come up with a, work with the school divisions, work with the schools, work with Winnipeg Police Service in terms of what we see on a daily basis. And this is something that we often discuss at the beginning of the school year as we have conversations with the school divisions, the superintendents, the school trustees, with respect to school zones. I had a conversation with a family, with a teacher from St. River School Division and a student who came here to City Hall to talk about Stop, Drop, and Go, creating a safety zone where parents could drop off their kids and pick them up at the end of the day, in a safe and efficient way. So the motion itself talks about a 60-second time limit. If your children are organized, they've got their backpacks, their gloves, their mitts, their boots, everything they need for the school day. And even if you have multiple children that you're dropping off, The idea here is to be organized and ready so that as you are entering that stop, drop, and go zone, you're able to extricate your kids from the car, pass them off to a teacher who can then safely take them into the school, and then you can be on your way. So again, having the Winnipeg Parking Authority look at existing school zones and protocols where this program is working properly, looking at a way of implementing it throughout the city, recognizing the fact that not every school zone is the same, not every location is the same, and there will have to be some nuances to ensure that this program can be implemented in a safe and efficient manner. So with that, I'm asking support for this motion to go forward so that the public service can do their work and come up with a safety strategy that includes the stop, drop, and go program.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to speak?
I'm okay supporting the motion.
I'll speak for a few minutes. We have really a fine tradition here where the Riel Community Committee, if there's a motion, we send it on up the chain. I remember unfortunately shouting at Councillor Ellard once about abolishing daylight savings or something, and he said, well, are you going to stick with our usual practice? And I said, yeah. So hopefully I apologize for that, or you forgot.
I did lose that one.
Yeah, though you did lose. So at this stage, I'll keep with our tradition and vote to move it on. I have a couple of concerns. Just jurisdiction, I'm not sure we can do this. I'm not sure we can't. I guess that'll be addressed. And 6, 7 different school divisions within the city of Winnipeg. It's a motion to expel, Councillor. So different school divisions may react differently to this, and their duly elected representatives can speak to it. And, you know, you'll have people concerned that it'll be like F1 pit lane thing, you know, like I pull ahead of you just as you're pulling out, you're going, you're doing your job, and so is it gonna be like one car length long? But I have seen this work. When I was a school trustee in 06 to 10, we went down from Brandon, we went down to the Minnetonka School District outside of Minneapolis for other reasons, but there's a drop-off area, and there's a person whose job it is to just get the kid out of the car, and it was, they said, like, watch this. So it can work, but you probably need a carve-out area right in front of the school to make it work. Because right now, like, I think of along Pulbury, you could have 6 or 8 people trying to do this. It might get confusing, but,
Anyway.
so, yeah, there are issues with jurisdiction. We can't, of course, tell the police what to do on a daily basis, but I do like the philosophy of it, at least, because we get these calls all the time. We meet with the trustees, and this always comes up. And you can't, it's not our job to build these cutaway lanes in front of schools, I don't think. So some schools, ironically, the more modern schools, like Sage Creek French Immersion, you could probably do this with no difficulty, and other places it would be like, how are we gonna make this work? So, and I remember when we had one by Dakota and we blocked it off because people were driving on the sidewalk. It's like they were going, but they were going down the sidewalk to get out, so. But I appreciate the philosophy of it, so, yeah, I'll certainly support sending it on to Public Works, I would assume?
Yeah.
The public.
Okay, all right. So, thanks to Council Chambers, and if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Contrary, that's carried. And none of this binds us as to how we might vote at other levels, but, okay, any other business?
That concludes our regular agenda, unless there's new business to be introduced.
I don't think so. Yeah, there are various grants. We are
Other new business?
we are okay to do per capita grants, I'm assuming. We each have 11,000-ish in the bank for that.
I'd have to
ish.
verify the
Yeah.
funds, but
Okay.
it has been renewed.
But, okay. All right, then we will stand adjourned until 10:30 when we'll start in. Only remaining item is zoning amendment agreement on 1976 to 1996 St. Mary's Road. Okay, we'll be back just after 10:30. 10:30? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. This is the January 7th, 2026 meeting of the Riel Community Committee. We are moving into the public hearing aspect of our hearings. So there's only one item on the agenda. I remember once in my lawyering days going to the Court of Appeal and the judge greeting us with, "Boys, we've been waiting all day to hear from you on this one because it's interesting." So I won't say do you feel like we do on this one, but it is an interesting file, and it's the zoning amendment agreement. So this seeks to amend a 2018 rezoning, and I think the plan approval was sometime after that. A number of people registered. Thank you for coming down here. We have, I think, a handful of people on Zoom as well. Just one. Okay, thank you. So we're ready to hear it, and yeah, it's interesting stuff. So over to you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, thank you. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a zoning agreement amendment at 1976 to 1994, 1976, 1978, 1980, 1982, 84, 86, 88, 92, 94, and 1996 St. Mary's Road, under file ZAA 9/2025. Please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants in the Zoom meeting have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. And at that, I shall hand it over to the planners.
Yes, let's hear from the planners on this.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, councilors. We're here to discuss a zoning agreement amendment affecting the permitted heights on the subject lands at 1988 St. Mary's Road specifically. The applicant is proposing to construct a 4-story multifamily residential development with a proposed height of 45 feet. However, the active zoning agreement under DASZ 6/2018 includes the following clause. Number 5, the maximum height permitted for any building on the owner's land is 26 feet, where it is located between the northeasterly limit of 81 Mardina Crescent and the northwesterly limit of 119 Mardina Crescent. As the proposed development does not comply with the above clause, the clause must be amended for this development to proceed. Removing a clause on a zoning agreement requires a zoning agreement amendment application, and the approval of that application requires a public hearing as per the Development Procedures Bylaw and the City of Winnipeg Charter. If the recommendations of the Urban Planning Division are concurred in, the subject a zoning agreement under DASZ 6/2018 will not be amended and the proposed development will not proceed. Site description. So the subject lands are located on the St. Mary's Road in the Norman Park neighborhood of the St. Norbert-Seine River Ward. The subject site is 7.5 acres in area and contains 7 underlying lots, each with a residential multifamily dwelling either built, under construction, or proposed. Under Complete Communities 2.0, the site is within the Established Neighborhoods Recent Communities Policy Area, and the property is zoned RMFL, Residential Multifamily Large District. The site falls within Complete Communities Rural and Ag District. Okay. In 2018, a subdivision and rezoning application was submitted with the intent to consolidate and rezone the subject lands to RMFL and PR1 Parks and Recreation for the construction of multifamily. In July 2018, at the Riel Committee hearing, the Urban Planning and Design Division recommended adjournment. The file was adjourned by the committee in order to, quote, give the applicant additional time to complete a geotechnical report and to continue to engage the community on the proposed project. In September 2018, the Urban Planning Design Division recommended approval of the DASZ, and the Riel Committee concurred in the recommendation as amended and forwarded the matter. That meeting had 16 people registered in support, 76 registered in opposition, and 3 for information. Ultimately, in December 2018, Council concurred in the recommendation, and the policy was approved. The applicant intends to construct a 4-story building, as stated, on the western edge of the property. The submitted site plans show the building would be 351 feet in width, 103 feet in depth, and 45 feet in height to the parapet. The penthouse roof extends to 59 feet in height. The building has an area of 24,424 square feet. The bedrooms, as proposed, there would be 50 units of 1 bedroom, 39 units of 2 bedroom, and 11 units of 3 bedroom for a total of 100 units. According to the submitted plans, 1 level of underground parking with 72 stalls and surface parking with 136 stalls is included for 208 altogether. A 2-story clubhouse building will also be constructed on the lot to the east of the proposed residential building. That structure is 59.5 feet in width, 36 feet in depth, and 24 feet in height. The site plan shows 47 building foundation shrubs, 7 parking lot trees, and 22 parking lot shrubs. Should this ZAA be approved, a variance will be required to permit 538 parking spaces instead of 600 parking spaces over the entire site. The plans approved under the DASZ in 2018 included a 2-story apartment building with 46 units and 3 2-story townhouses with 28 units, so 74 units in the approved plans. Planning support for the original application included the following rationale: that one of the key directions in complete communities is to ensure the infill development is done in a context-sensitive manner. One of the key factors when assessing a proposed multifamily infill project is context-sensitive is to look at the building heights and to assess them in relation to adjacent land uses and their proximity. The applicant is proposing to develop a 2-story townhouse nearest to the single-family homes in Van Hall Estates. These townhouse buildings are approximately 26 feet tall and would be located 65 feet away from the properties on Mardina Crescent. The scale of this development certainly fits the character of single-family homes. The Riel Committee's support for the original application also included the following rationale: that one of the key factors when assessing if a proposed multifamily infill project is context sensitive is to look at the surrounding building heights and to assess them in relation to adjacent land uses. Recognize that the density of this proposal from a zoning and bylaw point of view is in accordance to city policy, but from a context sensitive perspective, we've heard residents' concerns about density, the green space, the sensitivity of the area, and we know of and greatly appreciate the long-term commitment to Henteloff Park. The initial hearing in July of 2018 was adjourned to allow for public consultation to continue. At the next public hearing, a presentation on the outcome of the public consultation explained how the project was adjusted to address concerns from the neighborhood, and these included reducing building heights, reducing the site density, and increasing setback, among other concerns. So in 2018, planning, the Riel Community Committee, the applicant, and the public were in agreement that a lower building height was necessary to achieve an acceptable design for this site. No further rationale was provided in this application for this ZAA to explain why this change was being made. Further, the surrounding context has not changed itself in the built environment. I also understand that a number of residents have raised concerns about the inclusion of a tennis or pickleball court on site. The zoning agreement includes a requirement for the owner to construct a private playground on the property, and at the plan approval for the site in 2019, the following condition was added, quote, that the location of the playground be reviewed in consultation with neighboring residents, and final plans showing the location and design of the playground be submitted to the Director of Planning, Property and Development and to the Riel Community Committee for approval. The Parks Division of the Public Works Department has indicated some concerns regarding the impacted trees at the south end of the subject site, abutting the PR land between the homes on Mardina and the subject site. These trees currently act as a buffer between the homes and the subject site. There are additional concerns about the garbage placement adjacent to the public path, and also that the land drainage must be handled internally to the site and not directed towards any adjacent parkland. Planning had requested in October additional information from the applicant, including an arborist report related to those trees and those concerns, and made a recommendation to undertake additional public consultation prior to this hearing. However, no further communications were received before this hearing. One last item of note. It was brought to our attention this week that part of the 4-story building constructed as part of Phase 6 of this development has been constructed on the part of the land restricted to 26-foot heights. This will need to be addressed, and we can do that today, depending on the decision made by the committee. We have language that would address this issue with this building as well. That concludes my overview of the file, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Two things. Run that by me again, the last bit. So it's not a request that's, there's something's taller than the permitted height and is under construction or has been constructed.
Yeah, so this week we received email from a resident that noticed that the building as part of Phase 6, which is not the subject of today's hearing, but is affected by the zoning agreement that we're talking about today. That one was built a little bit, about 20 feet too far to the west. And so now it's encroaching on the part of the land where the zoning agreement limits height to 26 feet. So that would need to be addressed through this amendment. And so while our recommendation was initially an outright rejection, we would recommend that that is addressed depending on which way your decision goes.
Interesting, okay, thank you. And the business with the pickleball and the tennis, is that?
Yeah, so I believe on page
Like,
11.
the reason for the report doesn't mention that. It talks about, I mean, the big issue, the 4-story, the 45 feet. But what's the deal again with the tennis and the pickleball?
Yeah, so on page 15 of the plans on Demas, you can see that there's an area carved out to the west of the site, west of the proposed building, for a future tennis or pickleball court. And once the agenda was published, we received a number of calls from the public that were concerned about the noise that this pickleball court may bring. So I decided to mention it in my overview.
And where is, it's, got it, probably where it says tennis, yes, okay.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, so there is a requirement to do a private playground on the site. That hasn't been included elsewhere on this site plan, to my knowledge. And there is that requirement from the plan approval to do that with community consultation. So just wanted to bring that to your attention as well.
Okay. No issues with parking here?
They would require, if the zoning agreement was approved, then they would have a parking variance to permit a reduction in parking to accommodate the increased density from this building.
Okay. Okay, I think, thank you. So in short, the recommendation is rejection.
Yeah,
Plus the amendment to deal with the encroacher. Okay.
That's right.
Very good, okay. Thank you. All right, on then to the, yes, the applicant.
Okay. Now I'll invite the applicant, Zach Nimchuk, to come down. You'll have 5 minutes to give a presentation.
Hello, councillors. May we request that myself and Jeff Milnes combine our times to 10 minutes so that he can provide a in-depth presentation?
Fine by me. So moved. Chip, all those in favor? Aye, yes, so.
Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you so much. Just going to bring up our presentation here. Good morning, councilors, city administration, valued members of the community. Thanks for being here today. Okay, good morning. My name is Jeff Milnes. I'm president of Progressive Real Estate Group. I'm here today to talk about our proposed zoning agreement amendment. Thank you so much for the in-depth report, planner. We'll start out by talking about some of the progress that we've made on this site since 2018, from our original approval for rezoning back then with RMFL zoning, which would have approved us at 403 units. We have currently completed 4 of the 7 phases with residents living there. We are under construction on phases 5 and 6 for a combined total of over 300 current units on the site. Back in 2018, this approval before this committee added 11 acres of private land to Head and Left Park and Normand Park, which I'm happy to see that looks like the trails have now finally connected, which is great to see. A few years later, we've done some good work on this site. We removed some old concrete greenhouses, garbage from Norman Creek. We cleaned up the park that was adjacent to us. We removed 5 old houses that were along Normand Avenue. We removed a grow op from the site. Believe it or not, there was one in there. We removed an underground storage tank from the site. We built a beautiful retaining wall, which you can see there in pictures, which provides flood proofing for not only our development, but the community behind us as part of our development agreement. We're also building solar panels on this building. 3 of the phases have solar panels, green energy, one of which has already been constructed and in pictures there on your screen. So why do we need a zoning agreement amendment? Well, we've got more information today than we did 8 years ago. And what you're seeing here is, they say a picture says 1,000 words. Well, right now we're looking at property lines that would basically show the removal of 75% of the tree buffer that borders us and Mardina Crescent and Portside Drive. Under the original proposal with the townhouses at 26 feet, these townhouses would be much closer to the residents and it would require the removal of most of that tree buffer. So we're asking today for your approval to allow us to go up to 45 feet and move all the density of this phase further away from the single-family houses. Going back in time, this was the 2018 site plan with the 26-foot height limit. We have a 46-unit building that's against Head and Left Park. We have 3 townhouse buildings of 28 units that are against Portside Drive and Mardina Crescent. The tree buffer that I've mentioned and shown in pictures previous there would have to be mostly removed to allow for the building of these townhouses, their yards, the retaining wall, and the balconies that permit within that space. Those townhouses, as mentioned by the planner, are about 65 feet from the properties of the homes on Mardina Crescent. Our revised site plan, which we're hoping for approval today, would again move all the density away from the houses and against the park at a 45 height limit. We were looking for 100 units within this structure, be 4 stories, and the tree buffer that I mentioned would be fully intact. We would not have to touch it because then our parking now comes up against it with a retaining wall, and the entire tree buffer that I showed you pictures of would remain fully intact, providing that barrier between the single-family homes and our property, providing privacy on both sides of the fence. As part of this proposal, we're also hoping to build pathway connections to Head and Left Park. I'll talk about those a little bit later. Basically, we would have a pathway coming out of Mardina Crescent across our property and into Head and Left Park, connecting with their pathways. The absence of this connection, it would be very hard for Van Hill residents to get to Head and Left Park. That's just the reality. We have 7.5 acres in front of them, and they would have to walk all the way around us to get to those pathways at Head and Left Park and enjoy the beautiful nature that is Head and Left Park without that pathway connection. So as part of our proposal today, we're hoping to add that pathway. Talking about policy, our Winnipeg 2045, 6.16 established neighborhoods. I'm going to go through these points one by one and show you how our new proposal actually fits in with policy. Lands that will accommodate growth in a context-sensitive manner. Sensitivity is not the number of stories, it is how the building meets the neighbor. Right now, under the 2018 plan, this is how we're meeting the neighbor. This is the rendering with very few trees remaining and a 26-foot wall of townhouses. Under our revised plan, we're pushing the building further back. We're going up to 4 stories, but the entire tree buffer remains. Moving through the policy, promoting the efficient use of land. We already have RMFL zoning on this site. It's already in place for up to 403 units here. This site is accessed along an arterial road, St. Mary's, with frequent transit access and access for our residents at bus stops adjacent to our property. Cost-effective municipal servicing, only minor upgrades on St. Mary's Road paid for by us will allow for adequate wastewater service. This was required for both the old plan and the new plan. Land drainage and water servicing are also adequate for the site. Enhanced housing choices, also part of our Winnipeg 2045. Our revised proposal includes 25% affordable units under CMHC, with rents starting at $1,100 per month, and that includes all utilities and internet. That's similar to all of our other phases in that development. Housing choices of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. Our original proposal included 0 affordable units, large townhome rents at now $2,800 per month, and limited housing options for those residents. Conservation of green infrastructure and heritage resources and district as defined in complete communities. The very definition of our revised proposal is preserving the established tree buffer and preserving the green infrastructure that exists between us and city property. We are continuing to respect and support Hentelef Park, and we're looking to integrate people and nature through the pathways which we will construct under this application. Moving through policy as well here, Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0. Site design, I'm going to go through this maybe just piece by piece. Site design should take cues from the character of the neighborhood and street and should mitigate the potential for land use conflict with adjacent properties that have different scales, densities, and uses. As you can see in green, the Enclave is a multifamily 4-story building. It was approved in 2011. That building is 60 feet from Mardina Crescent Homes with no tree buffer between it. The Waterfront, shown in yellow, is a multifamily building, predates all of this, essentially built in the park. 25 Van Hull Way is a multifamily 4-story building. Fun fact with this one, it was actually approved under a zoning agreement amendment back in 2013, and it took that building from 1-story approval up to 4-story approval and was less than 60 feet away from Mardina Crescent with no tree buffer between them. Next piece would be the parking location of vehicular access. Our parking is mostly located underground, over 60%, with our vehicular access off St. Mary's, even from this position in the site, all the way through to St. Mary's, which is an arterial road with frequent transit access. Servicing elements I talked about are adequate for our site. Building placement and landscaping treatment. Again, with our revised application, we're looking to preserve trees and move density away and provide a landscape treatment appropriate for privacy for both single-family homes and for us. I'd be remiss to not mention a bit of inconsistent planning recommendations. We're being recommended as rejection today, but 105 St. Anne's Road, a 6-story building, built 78 feet approximately, these are all approximate numbers, from single-family homes, 29 Riel, 4 stories, 58 feet away, 375 Oakdale Avenue, 3 stories, 75 feet away, 4820 Roblin Boulevard, 6 stories, 65 feet away, Bridge Lake Drive, 7 stories, 90 feet away, and many other examples I could probably find if I did some more digging. But no.
Any of those zoning amendment agreements? I mean, I know the first two weren't.
No, these are all rezonings.
Okay.
No dense tree buffers or landscaping with any of those approvals. And I should mention that our property, our proposal here today is 160 feet away from the Mardina Homes, basically face to face. So that's our closest point as compared to what I just presented. Some site considerations, sometimes we're looking at 45-degree angular plane. With our revised proposal, that 45-degree angular plane lands somewhere in our parking lot. And as you can see there, the dense tree buffer provides adequate privacy between us and the Mardina Home and Portside Drive homes. Further site conditions, shadow impacts. Because we're building on the north side of the property, there are no shadow impacts to the single-family homes to the south. The only shadows fall on Hentelef Park, which is consistent with the other 6 phases we've already built. Community connections. I talked about this a little bit at the outset. We're looking to build a pathway through our property for access by all residents of the community and essentially come down Mardina Crescent, across our property, in front of our clubhouse, and down some stairs into the Hentelef Park pathway network. Again, the absence of this would mean that the residents would have to go all the way around to access the park. Oh, could I just have?
Move extension 2 minutes?
2 minutes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
All those in favor? That's carried, yes.
I'm wrapping up.
Mark's
Yeah,
okay.
appreciate it. Unlike our neighbors there, so the private property sign basically is keep out. We have a very differing opinion in terms of how we like to engage with the neighborhood. We want people to be able to access these community amenities rather than putting up barriers against them. As mentioned, we're also looking to add pickleball and tennis courts to the west. The original proposal had a children's playground in that location. Because our building only has about 4 children, and there's another playground adjacent, I think it's by Marine Drive, we thought this might be a nice amenity for the community to use as well as our residents. The difference between the two plans is the tree buffer. That is the long and short of it. The single-family homes could be looking at a 26-foot wall of townhouses, or they could be looking at a 26-foot wall of trees that they currently look at today. That's the difference between the 2018 plan and what we're proposing today. Lastly, we understand the sensitivity concern. This revised plan is supported by city policy, as I've referenced here, and is more site sensitive than the originally approved plan. Density is pushed further away from the single-family homes. The dense tree buffer is preserved. Pathways and community connections will get built. Hentliffe Park remains protected as always. More housing options along a transit corridor get built in a responsible manner. And we feel that this is a better plan for all stakeholders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilor Chamber?
Yeah. So in terms of the plans, you talked about that the residents in Van Hall would have to walk all the way around. If you could go back a couple, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Stop.
Yeah, that one?
Yeah. So isn't there a pathway here that they could access to get to the pathway?
Sorry, so you're thinking of the one that comes up Medina Crescent? That's on the far right.
Far left.
So that comes out of the street. That just goes to the city pathway. That doesn't go to the park.
So that goes to the city pathway.
Correct.
That accesses Hentliffe Park.
No, because that line in purple or blue there, that basically runs along the back side of the homes on Portside. And that's between us, like our property, and Portside Drive. That's not getting to the park yet.
This purple line here,
Yeah,
this purple line here is an existing pathway, as is this.
that's right. The green line,
This is a pathway from Regina Drive to that purple pathway,
I think that's Portside, but yes.
or Portside.
But the green line is in the park. So you can't get to the green line unless you go through our property.
So where does this terminate?
That goes all the way along Van Hall Estates. But our property extends.
But can you not access Hentliffe Park from this purple?
There's a, we'll call it a pseudo access that's a little bit further west down there. That's not an official pathway. It's just a cut through to the park.
But there is access.
Yes.
That's it.
I'm just trying to figure out where the existing play structure is off of,
Be further west.
further,
It's much further west, yeah. I think that's where they, the community typically host their Canada Day celebrations, I think, over there.
okay, just bear with me, I'm just trying to figure out where that is.
Yeah.
One more.
Counselor, I just want to also mention back to the pathway for a second, just the current access that you're referencing to is actually under an agreement that Parks has with me right now to allow for that access. Because our property does extend that half acre beyond that.
Yeah, it's gotta be in that, okay. So existing play structures in Van Hull Park?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the bit of St. Vincent I've never
Yeah,
represented,
hey.
because it's always been outside my ward, so.
All good.
The clubhouse, is that something new today, or is that
That's
part of
added.
it?
That is added. That's something that more developers are doing as part of larger complex developments. The intention for that is to be more of a hangout space, games room, also a leasing office within it. That structure itself is under the 26 feet cap. or added, I think.
But it's, okay, so you don't need any changes to the agreement to do, so the clubhouse was not part of the 2018?
No, it wasn't. No,
Okay.
the plans were very different 8 years ago.
And something has come out in order to put in the clubhouse?
There was honestly just a green space there between phase 6 and 7.
Okay.
And we changed the orientation of the buildings to allow for that.
Okay. I'm gonna push back a little on I don't know how frequent the transit is there. Council Chambers probably does, but the FX2, the much touted FX2, St. Mary's Road, Main Street,
Yeah.
that, as we know, because we're getting the call, that ends by Meadowwood. That cuts into the mall, so.
Yeah.
Do we know, so yeah, this is served by what? for transit?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know there are long-term plans to make that. I believe there's some sort of high-frequency transit corridor there.
Okay. Yeah, I think,
Yeah, and that's one of the things that, since the primary transit network has been launched, that I'm working on is increased frequency of the 676 to get people to St. Vital Mall for the FX6 or the FX7, what have you, to other areas of the city.
perhaps a minor point, but I don't think at this stage it has frequent transit. And so that, I'm still not really quite getting the legal, the tennis pickleball, that's like, it's, are we amending well, I guess we are amending the agreement. I certainly have sympathy for your point, if there are almost no children.
There's no children, yeah.
And you have a clubhouse, you could probably use that to.
Yep.
But that's before us here, that's like part of the,
It's part of the application, but it's also
Okay.
something that is to be decided later. It's also a future, it just says future placeholder, right? I mean, that's a half acre of land that needs something there that's a community amenity. So I'm open to ideas.
okay. I vague memories of 2018 requiring the play structure there.
I know it's been a while, yeah.
So the proposed tennis and pickleball courts, that has been one of the issues that residents in the area have pushed back. There are other communities that have pickleball courts adjacent to residential dwellings or adjacent to areas where residential dwellings exist. And, it's been said that pickleball is a loud sport, whether it's the ball, whether it's the grunting of people as they're attacking the ball, but it's becoming a loud sport. Concerned from not only the residents on Mardina Drive, but also those that enjoy the quiet, passive park that it is, Hensliff Park.
Yes.
So, pickleball. Again, residents don't want pickleball in the area.
Okay.
We're not, who's maintaining the thing at longer term? Is that?
It's
like,
on,
I mean,
it's on our property, so we'd be responsible for constructing it, whatever it is. I mean, it doesn't have to be pickleball, tennis, play, whatever.
Yeah.
We would be responsible for building it and maintaining it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not on the condo, it's,
It's part of, it's a half acre that we asked to retain as part of the
okay,
original
sorry.
agreement.
Very good.
But it
Thank
still needs, we need to do something with it.
do something,
Yeah.
fair enough, okay.
Good, one quick question.
Chambers and then over to Councillor Allard.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the discussions, and certainly our planner had identified it, Building 6 or Phase 6 is built 20 feet further west than it should have been.
Good point.
Can you provide a response to why that occurred?
I actually just heard about it today, because I don't know actually how.
Order.
Okay, yeah, Councillor Allard, that's right, we gotta have order in the galleries, please.
Counselor, can we explain what that means, for those who may not be aware?
I don't, so to be clear, I don't actually know where this resident is measuring from, right? We probably should get a proper survey done if this actually is an issue. We do have obviously full permits in place for development and building permit. The building is half done. So, I mean, we do have to deal with it in some manner, but I don't know exactly how they're measuring. I mean, again, back to 2018, it was the 81 Mardina Crescent, I believe it was, the northeasterly limit, I believe, there. So we have to draw a line across that. If we've crossed over that, I apologize, because that's not something that should have happened. But again, we're relying on consultants, architects, engineers, everybody to provide us proper information. It's all vetted through the city, through permits and that process. So this is new information to me. That would be my response.
Okay. Councillor Allard?
Well, yeah, I guess my question is just kind of fundamental. So you had zoning rights, and you're here asking for the change. Why would you not have built with what you had? Like, is this net new? Does this make it a buildable project? Does it make it a better project? This is all work to bring forward to us today. So I'm wondering what the motivation, what's the why?
Sure, good question. I mean, there's a few more units that we get as part of the new proposal. Of course, there was 76, I believe, in the original one. Now it's 100. So, but on a 400 unit site, it's not moving the needle a ton. But as I mentioned in my presentation, you know, you learn more about a site as you go, right? Like, it's 8 years now, we've been working through this site. We're now in the back 40, we're surveying where we are. Do we really want to build these townhouses? Do we really want to wipe out this tree barrier? That's what's changed.
Okay.
Okay. And to your credit, you haven't said that there's a housing crisis, because I don't think in all parts of the city or in all income zones there is a crisis. A question I've asked a number of people. So page 73 of our budget, we've got the provision, Winnipeg's housing market, and this is the budget we all just passed in, well, most of us passed in December. Winnipeg's housing market remains one of the most affordable in the country on page 73. So can you clarify, you're seeking more units, but there's an affordable component to some of these units that would not have been present before?
Correct. So to clarify, most developers like me in the city, probably no surprise, are building under CMHC financing. So with that financing comes, let's call it a set of rules. You have to build with certain accessible units, certain amount of affordability, certain energy requirements, right? So with the new financing with this property, we would be applying with 25% affordable units at that $1,100 mark, which I mentioned. The $2,800 townhouse units don't even register on CMHC's radar because they're so expensive, they're not really affordable, right? And so that was I was drawing the distinction between the old plan and the new plan, saying that in the new plan, we're trying to just continue on with the work we're already doing on the site under the same conditions with the same amount of 1, 2, 3 bedroom mix, same level of affordability that we're offering residents there.
Okay. Any further questions at this time? And you'll have the right to come back in rebuttal. And you listed as Nimhak and Nimchak. Chak. Okay, we'll correct that as needed. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay. That concludes those registered in support of the matter. Just turning to the gallery to see if there's anyone who is not registered who wishes to speak in support. Noting no one, and before I continue, I have somebody in the Zoom lobby labeled Samsung. I believe I know who it is, but if you can just confirm who you are. Possibly Anjan.
Mr. and Mrs. Samson.
Hi, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Anjan McLean here. I'll change the name on my Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're registered?
In opposition.
In opposition. Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
On we roll then, Mr. Clerk.
Indeed. Okay, first registered in opposition will be Kent Bannister. Invite you to come down.
So we don't need the person on the screen then?
Yes, Anjan, sorry, could you just turn off your camera for a moment, please? Thank
Okay.
you. 9.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes, but we've been pretty liberal with extensions if you need more than that, so.
I think I'll probably need less than that, so. Brevity is one of my strengths. Thank you to Councilors Chambers, Allard, and Mays for hearing me today. By way of introduction, I'm Kent Bannister, as was just stated, and I live at 51 Portside Drive, immediately to the west of the Progressive Real Estate Project presently under construction. I also attended and spoke at the original hearings regarding approvals for this development in 2018, following extensive public consultation and multiple hearings. Ultimately, Council approved the development with clear site-specific conditions intended to minimize impacts to the neighborhood and the parkland. These included the maximum building height of 26 feet, which we've already talked about, located between 81 and 119 Mardina, as well as an explicit condition that no buildings or accessory sorry, I'm not great at public speaking, but
Doing fine.
located west of the north.
Doing better than a lot of us.
We have to do it in French after this.
We're in a lot of trouble then, so. As well as the explicit condition that no buildings or accessory structures be located west of the northwesterly limit of 119 Mardina Crescent. That's kind of important for me. That's Portside Drive, and that's my house. These restrictions allowed the project to proceed while providing meaningful protection for existing homeowners and were central to the development being considered context sensitive and acceptable. I'm requesting that you maintain the original ruling and do not permit any changes to it. I'm hearing today about the tree cover and being improved to the 4-story option. I challenge you to go out and look today in the winter and see what the tree cover really looks like right now. Unfortunately, we have a fairly long winter here, so we'd be staring at those things for a pretty significant chunk of the year. I can see from my backyard right now the entire development and way almost to St. Mary's Road, so just for perspective. My concern is not simply with the design elements being proposed, rather it's the broader implication of revisiting and weakening zoning conditions that were deliberately imposed by this committee and relied upon by residents in good faith. Has there really been a material change in our neighborhood since 2018 to justify undoing the protections that were already established with a lot of consternation? So that's addressing the 4-story issue, but I also wanted to talk a little bit more about the pickleball court that's proposed immediately behind my house. Again, I'd like to remind the city and the developer that the current zone requirements specifically state that accessory structures are not permitted to the west of 119 Mardina. This was originally included to prevent any construction in this area, including a play structure. So there was never an allowance for a play structure in that area. This was originally suggested in 2018. It seems that the developer has selective memory because this was acknowledged during the final hearing. I'm not sure if you recall, but I sat in the final meeting and there was discussion about leaving this as a green space. And that was the reason this no accessory structures clause was put into that amendment agreement. It was specifically documented for that reason. In my mind, a pickleball court would still be considered an accessory structure. It would require fencing, lighting, and this completely opposes the spirit behind this requirement. I also accept the fact that there's a certain aspect of NIMBYism at play here, but you cannot imagine my dismay when I first learned about this. Can you picture if someone was proposing to build a pickleball court immediately behind your house when you purchased the lot to back onto a park? And that was the whole reason we moved there. Like many, my home is my largest investment, and I believe that the changes that are being proposed today will have significant impacts to the value of this investment. And I can state personally that this requested amendment has created a lot of stress for me and my family over the holiday season, which I thought was interesting timing for all this. I am sure that I'm not the only one affected in this way. Before closing, I have one final consideration for you. Is the city prepared for the implications that accepting these proposed amendments may have on future development requests? Residents should be able to rely on these rulings and not live in fear that protections provided in the past can be changed at the whims of the developer. In my mind, changes to the current zoning requirements would be a betrayal to all the other stakeholders that have been involved in this project, and I urge you to maintain the existing zoning requirements and close the door on any future requests for amendments. Talking about what to do with that half acre of land behind my house that they're not sure of, I would suggest that perhaps donating it to Hinterlift Park and getting a tax receipt would be a great use. Thank you for your time and for considering my perspective. I appreciate the work you do on behalf of our community and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this meeting. Thank you.
Is order?
Yeah, no applause or anything, please.
This has been a fair process.
Yeah, yeah. We've been doing pretty well so far. So I had a question or two. It was quite eloquent, actually, and dead on time. On the, you're using the term immediate, I'm not sure about the green cert. I'd have to go back and look at that, and we could probably do that. You're using the term immediately behind your property. Is that, there's some separation between you and the pickleball?
Well, there's,
tennis?
so the land comes out, courtside comes around, and there's a path that'll be in between us and the pickleball court, and that's about it.
Where are we? We're there. Not to get too lost in the weeds here, but would you care if it was just tennis and not pickleball? I mean, slightly quieter perhaps, well, not perhaps, slightly quieter, but same set of issues?
Well, to me, like I said, I bought it to look onto a park. I didn't buy it to look onto anything else. So for me, I think I'd like to see it stay as is.
But it's
And
not in, I mean, it's not
Well-
in the park technically, right? I mean, it's somebody's land, it's these guys' land.
When we purchased the land, right, there was a small little lane right along there that allowed access to the golf club at the end on the far west side of Hendliffe Park, if you recall. So that was closed as part of the land transfer, that all became park. And then this lane was really just there, all it was an access lane, right? And now we've basically just arbitrarily decided where we're gonna cut that off. And it just happened to be extending a little bit further. And I'm not sure why it ever did. Doesn't make sense to me.
And I don't want to dwell too much on the sort of the same, and you've made salient points about the trees and winter, so that's fair enough, okay. Any, Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, so the trees that are adjacent to Medina Drive and then potentially Portside Drive, you're saying are deciduous trees? They shed their leaves fall to winter?
They seem to be quite a bit of, like I said, it does get fairly well covered in the summer. In the winter, we can see right through everything. So.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming down, thanks for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Jim Hamilton to speak in opposition.
Welcome, Mr. Hamilton, you have 5 minutes.
Thank
Or if you
you.
need an extension, and if you can just state your address too, please.
Yep, thank you, councilors, for this opportunity. My name is Jim Hamilton, and I am speaking in opposition to the proposed amendments. In 2002, Hendliffe Park Foundation was founded to initiate development of the site as a passive park, a place for visitors to enjoy quiet reflection and low-impact recreation in a natural setting. I was a member of that inaugural foundation board and subsequently served as president of the foundation from 2008 to 2012. Today, Progressive Realty has requested a zoning change that would allow replacement of a previously approved 2-story townhouses with a 4-story apartment building. I note that in 2018, in response to community concerns, Progressive's plan for this same 4-story apartment at the west end of the development was scaled back and the 2-story townhouses were approved. Today's proposal will increase residential density by 25% over the townhomes. Further, they propose replacing a family playground with pickleball courts. I also understand that both of these proposed developments can be closer to the park boundary than the current apartments. Pickleball is famously noisy. The hard paddle and the rigid plastic ball can create loud sound bursts of up to 120 decibels courtside and sustained sound levels of up to 70 decibels within 100 feet of the court. This will have a direct degrading effect on visitors' experiences and general habitat quality for noise-sensitive species in Hentliff Park. Halifax, Calgary, and Ottawa have shut down pickleball courts in residential areas in response to noise complaints. That information from a couple of studies: shattered nerves, sleepless nights, pickleball noise is driving everyone nuts. New York Times article from June of 2023. Second study, making a racket in America's fastest growing sport, evaluation of noise exposure in pickleball. For animals in Hentliff Park, and they know no boundaries, the impact can include disrupted predatory-prey dynamics, changes in reproductive success, communication interference, avoidance and displacement, increased stress hormones. That from a study, Sustaining Wildlife and Recreation on Public Lands, a synthesis of research findings done by the U.S. Forest Service in Portland, Oregon. So just in wrapping up, Hentliff Park Foundation, in expressing its concern with the proposed development, notes peaceful, quiet, nature, wildlife. These are the words we hear from visitors when describing what makes the park special. The park is intentionally managed as a passive, low-impact, natural space. A quiet, reflective space benefits visitors and the wildlife that makes the park their home. So as a neighbor and friend to Hentliff Park, I'm opposed to further population densification in the neighborhood and to noise and light pollution that would negatively impact wildlife in the park. The proposed zoning amendments threaten the principles which underlie the purpose of Hentliff Park, a place for visitors to enjoy quiet reflection and low-impact recreation in a natural setting. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we get your address there?
My address?
Yes.
1960 St. Mary's Road in the waterfront condo development.
You are a neighbor then, yes. Thank you. Councilor Chambers.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Jim, and thank you for all of the work that you've done in the past, especially with seniors. You know, it's always great to see you come to City Hall and present, and on this issue as well. So thank you very much. The developers talked about that the pickleball courts were more of a placeholder. Is there anything that you would like to see? I mean, they talked about the fact that there's 4 children living in the units that they've currently developed. So not a lot of need for a children's park. But is there something that you would like to see in terms of this development?
I think my perspective would be the more natural, the better. The idea of a clubhouse, you know, how's that going to be managed? What are the hours going to be? Is alcohol, liquor involved? Is it a party and play place? I don't know. The tennis is quieter than pickleball. But it's still that constant noise and the participation noise as well of participants. Part of my background, I was Director of Recreation and Wellness Promotion for the Manitoba government for 10 years. So familiar with parks and natural spaces and recreation activities. My personal perspective would be if you've got extra land, leave it to the wildlife and the people that are wanting to enjoy the nature of Hentliff Park.
Right. Thank you.
It's an interesting juxtaposition of private, I mean, it's on private property, people in Mardina and Portside have private property, then Hentliff is, I mean, there's a foundation, but is the city of Winnipeg operating it through the foundation? Or I'm not sure of this.
Yeah, I'm not on the Hentliff Park Foundation board any longer, but my understanding is that there's basically a management agreement between the City of Winnipeg and the Hentliff Park Foundation. There was, we established that in 2002 when the park was first established. and that set the parameters of a quiet, reflective nature preserve setting. So I believe that that agreement still exists with the
Multi-year agreement to manage the park. The city of Winnipeg has it, but there was a multi-year
Okay,
agreement to manage
thank
the
you.
park.
Again, never been in my ward, so I'm not
Yeah.
totally up to speed on that. Although I do remember the LRSD trying to get a cross-country meet in there and being told, no, that, it's not that kind of park. So that's always stayed with me. So, and I think you answered this question. So, I mean, play structures tend to, you know, children aren't playing in silence there, but your response was not, I'd rather have the play structure than the courts. It was you'd prefer natural.
Well, I appreciate the developer's perspective on there is the existing playground not far away, and if there are not a lot of children, now new residents of this development, the playground may not make as much sense as it would have had they been still developing townhomes, which they may still be doing. But I don't see a need to introduce anything that brings more noise to the park and to the edge of the park and to the residents that are living adjacent already to this development. As was just stated, people bought when they knew they were moving on to a passive nature preserve parkland, owned by the city. And I believe the city has a responsibility to protect that investment.
Yeah, I mean, it's, we could go, I'm currently trying to develop a tennis and pickleball court in Royalwood Park, and most of the people in the community love it, unless you're right next to it, and those people, some of them don't love it, I'll just put it that way, so there's a trade-off here, if you don't own your view kind of thing, we've upgraded St. Germain Park, there's tennis and pickleball in there, and beside Dakota Collegiate, yeah, but I'm not gonna contest that there's some noise to it, that's the pickleball, that's fair.
Yeah, I think there's a reason that, 3 major cities in the country have moved pickleball out of residential neighborhoods. And my experience, I'm not a pickleball player, but I spent some time around pickleball courts, and they are incredibly noisy. And you look at the research study on the noise transfer, so it's not just in your backyard, it's moving right into in this case, right through the park. And, it's the animals park. They were there long before we were and long before the agreement was put in place to create the park. So, and research tells us that there's a significant negative impact from the noise of a loud sport like pickleball to wildlife. So.
Okay. Yeah, my Royalwood example, there's a soccer field and then an existing play structure, so there's, context,
And there's lots of that development, in that larger outdoor space, but, this is literally in the backyards of people that are living there. And even if I was a renter or resident of this development, I'd go nuts if I was living there and having to listen to that all day long, quite honestly.
Although I don't think they're over the top enough to propose lighting it, which would really, then you'd have the light issue, and that's a couple $100,000 they'd be sinking in. So,
It would add that light pollution to the
yeah,
noise pollution. And
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down here today.
Okay, next up, we have Terry Ashcroft to speak in opposition.
Are we pressing through, gentlemen? Let's see where we, okay.
I'm getting coffee.
Welcome, Ms. Ashcroft. I think Councillor Elliot's just getting a coffee, but
I'm staying in the room.
that he's staying in the room, he can hear you. So as you've heard, you've got 5 minutes. We can always grant you an extension, and if you can give us your address as well, please.
Certainly. My name is Terry Ashcroft. I live at 63 Portside Drive. I'm presenting in my capacity as a neighbor of Progressive Limited. However, I am also a member of the Board of Directors of Hentleff Park Foundation. So if you have any questions at the end, I'll do my best to answer. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposed amendment, and I'm going to focus on the proposed pickleball/tennis court. And if you go to page 15 of the document, Exhibit 6, up on the very top left-hand corner, in tiny, tiny print, it says proposed tennis/pickleball court. So that's what we're speaking about. Now, pickleball's a great sport. I've played pickleball, I enjoy it, but the problem is where should courts be located? I'm going to be giving you an overview of recent research about how pickleball noise affects human health in communities when the courts are located too close to homes. So this isn't about a woman who's wrapped up in NIMBYism, as some people in social media have accused me of being. Rather, this is research evidence to help the counselors in their deliberations. Now, we've all heard pickleball noises, all heard the games, and it is loud. Picklevine, which is a website dedicated to supporting pickleball, states that at a distance of 100 feet from the court, the typical noise level is between 80 to 160 decibels. It depends how many games are going on at the time. Let's put that into context. Safe Work Manitoba states that if workers are exposed to noise above 85 decibels for an 8-hour shift, they must be wearing ear protection. Now, these proposed courts, they are less than 100 feet from the nearest residential boundary line. So if you picture this wall here is the boundary, the end of the yard of my neighbors. The pickleball courts would be probably a little closer than that glass wall behind you. Okay, so that's how close it is to the end of your yard. Now, but it's more than just decibel level. It's also the noise. Pickleball produces a sharp impulse noise, and being exposed to impulse noises day in and day out leads to a stress response in humans. So the stress response can actually cause depression, anxiety, sleep disturbances, cardiovascular disease, and learning problems in children. Acoustic researchers state that pickleball is not just an annoyance. This is a health problem. And it's not just a problem for if you're living right next to the courts. Research shows that people who live 1,000 feet from the courts report being able to hear the sound inside their houses. So neighbors stop using their backyards, they stop opening their windows, they stop having visitors over in the summer because of the noise. Now, progressive real estate might say, that's okay, we're gonna put up sound barriers, we'll be good neighbors. However, the BAP Acoustics, who advised the City of Ottawa and also BC Parks and Recreation about pickleball courts, this very issue, say that a 3-meter tall reflective barrier on 3 sides might reduce the noise by 5 decibels. That's it. The sound would still be heard in Parkview Terrace and in the houses above the pickleball courts because the sound is actually reflected upwards. Now, they could put in trees to dampen the noise. It takes 50 meters of thick foliage to dampen the noise by 5 decibels. That site is not big enough to hold 50 meters of foliage. They also said that they were going to open up the courts to the neighborhood. Aren't we good people? That increases our concerns. One of my biggest concerns that I found when I was looking at the research is that it shows that tensions between pickleball players and residents increase when there are pickleball courts in the wrong spot. And this results in conflict. The conflict plays out as physical altercations, online bullying, online threats. The last thing the City of Winnipeg needs is spending police time following up on those issues. And as was said before, Halifax, Ottawa, and Calgary have all shut down pickleball courts because of this issue. Earlier speaker was asked, what if it was tennis courts? That's not the answer. They can paint tennis court lines on the court. Pickleball players are going to come, and it's going to have the same problems. So pickleball's a great game. The problem is, where do you locate the courts? And wedged between Hentleff Park and people's homes is not the right place. I'm done.
Oh, okay. Dead on the time limit. All right. Any questions?
I mean, we're getting science involved here, so. How many decibels is a pickleball court?
It depends on the source you look at. It depends on how many people are playing. And the sources I looked at said between 70 to 160.
70 to 160 decibels? Decibels? Right?
Decibels, yes. And it's
Okay.
not just the decibels, it's the character of the sound. It's the impulse sound, that talk, 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 that contributes a lot to causing this stress response.
Okay. It's just, I've never heard so much about pickleball before in terms of potential
It's an
detrimental impact.
amazing world. You open up research and it's amazing what you learn.
And then relative to tennis?
Relative to tennis, I can't give you specifics about the decibel level in terms of, because I didn't look so much at the tennis. The decibel levels of a tennis court are less, but the concern is that pickleball players are still going to use tennis courts, even if you say these are tennis courts. So
Right.
labeling it one thing isn't going to solve the problem.
Well, wouldn't you need to draw your own lines on that? I mean, the net's the same.
People are, yeah, people are pretty inventive. They'll just go out, let's just, let's just put it across the court for a few minutes.
Okay, and I noticed that this does seem to be a pan-Canadian issue that's emerging.
Yes.
It's interesting. I don't know that the public service has that in there. I don't think we have it on our own policies yet.
The issue has come up in the last 2 years that BAP Acoustics has written those documents for the other city. BAP Acoustics, in my
that an
submission,
acronym?
my written submission, it's in my lit search, in my citations.
BAP stands for?
I
Are they an
couldn't tell you.
accredited body?
Yes.
Okay. Who funds them?
Pardon me, not an accredited body, it's a company,
It's a company?
a company of acoustic researchers.
Private acoustic researchers?
Yeah, you just Google them, BAP Acoustics, City of Ottawa, and those citations are in my submission. So you just click on.
Who funds them?
Who funds them?
Whose interests do they represent?
That I couldn't tell you. I can tell you that it's a private company that the City of Ottawa and BC Parks and Recreation commissioned to write reports for them about the issue of pickleball courts in residential areas.
Okay, City of Ottawa plus
BC Parks and Recreation?
BC Parks and Recs? Okay.
Yes.
BC Parks and Rec. So they're government funded and they have provided recommendations about this. Do you know what the recommendation, do they have concrete recommendations in these other jurisdictions in terms of how many decibels should be allowable or
Yes,
not
they
allowable?
did. The recommendations they made centered around how do you build noise barriers? What's an
Yeah.
effective type of noise barrier around pickleball courts? And they were in regards to how far should pickleball courts be located from residential areas, from homes?
Okay, well, that's interesting. We have a number of policy areas where decibels are not regulated and are getting into the human health, I guess, category.
Yeah,
So this is
it's
an emerging
surprising.
one.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the percussive, I guess, nature of the sound. You can see. Okay. I also know there's a lot of pickleball fans out there, and I know they're probably, I don't know,
Oh,
maybe there's
there
some,
are.
maybe there's some here today, but
Yeah, and that's why I say,
may-
I've played pickleball, it's a great sport, but
Yeah.
it needs to be located in the right place.
right. Okay.
But if it's, I guess if it's located indoors, then, 160 decibels is jet engine. I just find that. Anyway, we're not debating indoor, outdoor pickleball. Go ahead, Council Chambers.
Yeah, and thank you for your presentation this morning, Terry. I guess racquetball, or that's why they call it a racket sport, because it makes a lot of racket. I was at Dakota yesterday, Dakota Community Center, and they were unveiling their accessible platforms, but took the opportunity to walk through their refit center, and every court there was utilized for pickleball for people that were there, and literally every court was tied up with pickleball. It is a loud sport. The acoustics indoors, reverb, you can hear anyone kind of talking to each other, discussing strategy, what have you. And outdoors, it'll be much the same. I asked earlier if a pickleball court was not because the developers talked about it as a placeholder. If a pickleball court was not the preferred, I guess, amenity, what would you prefer to see in the space? And again, they also talked about the fact that in the construction of their phases to date, there's only 4 children that live in the area. So again, what would you see as a viable amenity?
Three suggestions. My first would be, I actually have sympathy for Progressive in terms of that small little bit of land because they're paying taxes on it and it's probably hard to make money off. And so that's not good business sense. So donate it to the city, get a tax receipt, look like heroes. That'd be my number one choice. Number two, they say there's only 4 children in the complex. If they do put in affordable apartments, then you are going to get more children. And so then you will need a playground. And they're saying there's a playground nearby. The closest playground is about a 12 to 15 walk for an adult. Try dragging a kid.
If I could, they're
Yeah.
saying that the affordable units would be based on a 45-foot construction.
Yes, exactly. So that's what I'm saying is that if they were to be successful in that, then they would probably have more children in the setting. A third option, some people have suggested a putting green similar to what they have at the waterfront, but no lights, please. Yeah. So those are suggestions that have been floated around in the community.
Okay. Thank you.
Just going back to Councilman.
Yes.
The decibels. So am I right that the plan is to have an indoor facility?
No.
No, this is outdoor.
No, clubhouse, now that I see clubhouse is separated by some distance, but to Mr. Bannister's point, yeah, that the court is only separated, not by a parking lot, but by a pathway from
That's
some of those
right.
properties.
And what's
Yeah.
the closest residential to?
Less than 100 feet
Yeah, that's-
from the bottom of your yard to those pickleball courts. That's an estimate. I haven't taken out my ruler and measured it.
There must be ways to acoustically dampen the.
And that was my point, is that it would take a 3-meter high wall on 3 sides that would dampen it by 5 decibels, but the sound reflects upwards. The houses next to the proposed site are actually located on a hill, on a dike above the floodplain. So the sound would actually project upwards to the houses, and it would project into the nearest apartment buildings at Parkview Terrace. So sound dampening doesn't do the job, and foliage doesn't do the job.
Is there, could an engineer figure it out?
Oh, they're really smart guys, I'm sure they could, but you also have to look at the site. It's quite a small area where they want to put that pickleball court in terms of how much land they own.
Yeah, the engineers can figure out stuff. Like, the acoustics
They could
of
figure it
pickleball.
out, but
Yeah.
would it be consistent with the neighborhood? Would it meet the needs of the city and the neighbors and also Hentleff Park? And how much would it cost?
Well, that would be up to the
Yeah,
proponent.
that'd be up to Progressive, but,
Yeah.
it's part of their equation as well.
Okay, well, there's a whole new world open up to me on pickleball.
It is, isn't it?
acoustics. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're
Thank
good?
you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have registered AJNs to speak in opposition.
I've only seen pro pickleball before. This is why this is so like.
You've only seen what?
I've only seen pro pickleball. I've never seen, concern about pickleball. Alright,
The loudness issue is.
yeah.
More indoors.
The loudness is more outdoors, right?
No, the indoors is deafening at Dakota Community Center.
But that's like-
But that's like 20
That's like
courts.
you're deciding to engage in the activity. It's not being.
The other part is that people that play pickleball outside. AJ?
Save us from this pickleball discussion.
No pickleball for me. Good morning, councilors. Good to see you again. Councilor Chambers, I remember the day you knocked on my door way back then, looking for support, and I'm knocking right now. I'm here to oppose the proposal amendment from the 2018 zoning agreement. In 2018, after extensive consultation, council approved the zoning agreement limited to building heights to 26 feet. I remember the three of you were all there, and there was one other, Janice Lukes was also here when that happened. To prevent land use, to maintain neighborhood character and prevent land use conflicts. That was the agreement. The decision was hard-earned. We can all agree to that, everyone up there on both sides, and reflected community input and city planning principles. Currently, today, the developer seeks to change that agreement to allow 45-foot building plus a penthouse reaching nearly 60 feet, without providing substantial justification or evidence of community support. Some of my concerns that I've found through this is altering this agreement undermines public trust. It sets a precedent for disregarding commitments. Secondly, planning and infrastructure risks. Last summer, residents in my area, oh, I forgot to tell you, I live at 85 Mardina Crescent.
Thank you.
Right in the heart of the middle, right beside the sidewalk. Last summer, residents were told additional water line work was needed because the developer had not planned for water capacity required for the units to be built. This raises serious questions. Were these upgrades coordinated with the city staff under the assumption that this amendment would be approved? It also suggests that discussions are being made outside of the public process, which is also concerning. There's also compliance and process concerns. I was the resident who supplied the images that you see here. What you see here is what was agreed upon in 2018. So from the site plans and the current construction progress, it appears the work underway aligns with the proposed amendment rather than the original approved design. This raises serious concerns, question
Sorry,
whether...
Can you repeat that?
Yeah.
Repeat that for me, please.
It appears that this work underway aligns with the proposed amendment. So this is proposed. This was in 2018. This is what we talked about. Sorry, I'll stay here.
Yeah.
This was in 2018, what we talked about. Earlier, it was mentioned that there was a measurement of 20 feet. I did not say that. I sent it to the city planner, so I'm assuming the measurement came from someone way more qualified than me for 20 feet. But this was what the plan was. This is the plan today. We're not talking about Phase 6, but I want you to pay attention to the building at Phase 6. It is quite a bit different, and I'm in technology. I'm not an architect. Well, I am a technology architect, but I don't have to measure 20 feet to see that there is substantial difference in the proposed approved plan of 2018 and this plan that they're actually built today. Here is the Apple view of what it is today, what I look at every single day. It doesn't take a rocket science to see which diagram, which architecture, which design this looks like.
What's Apple View?
What's that?
What's Apple View?
Kind of like Google.
Which Apple?
What's Apple View?
It's kind of like Google View.
Oh, Apple Maps.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm, yeah.
Let's get you.
Different phones, I guess.
Okay. I believe this warrants classification to ensure transparency, to adhere to due process. Commitment. When this agreement was reached in 2018, I asked for assurance residents had that this decision would remain in place. At the time, Councillor Marcus Chambers responded, as long as I am in office, it won't change.
Well, that wouldn't have been in 18.
That wouldn't have been in 2018.
In
I was elected in October of 2018. I wasn't part of the Real Community Committee at that point.
There was a plan approval in 2019.
We were arguing with Marcus at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a perspective then,
Okay.
I also now, as mayor, it's not here to challenge, not at all, but to underscore the importance of consistency and trust with elected officials, and the commitments they make to the community. as I. Today as Deputy Mayor, this is an opportunity to reaffirm that principle. Before I close, I just want to address a few of the concerns brought forth by the developer. First, that park. I live at 85 Mardina. I walk it every day. It's 1 kilometer. 1 minute.
Move extension 2
For
minutes.
2 minutes, all those in favor? Aye. Fire away.
Thank you. I live at 85 Mardina and I walk it every day. It's exactly 1 kilometer. I even struggled today to get my 9-year-old son to walk 1 kilometer to that further park. So even if, like Terry mentioned, with increased units, lower cost of living, there's probably going to be likely more people. And the other argument that they brought forth was the whole purpose of this is to save trees. There was a large amount of trees in between Enclave and the buildings that they put out, already up, phase 1 to 6, that have been removed, that were right on the line. And I asked people when they removed them, they said, we were just told to remove them, regardless of where they fit on the property line. I'm not 100% sure, but there was some of them, smaller ones, on the embankment that were removed. So they were already removed. And for the property between my house and the property, the majority, the mature trees are all not on their property line. So the mature trees would stay in question. So council made a deliberate decision in 2018 to protect the integrity of this neighborhood. The proposed amendment disregards that process, lacks justification, and raises concerns about the transparency and planning adequacy. Approving the variance would erode public confidence and compromise the character of the established community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a.
Councillor Allard, and then Councillor Chambers, and then me.
Okay, so how much land does the proponent have that is treed?
How much land is? That I'm not aware. I've seen the spikes that they put up to mark the property line.
I've been quite active on this file with our public service, and my understanding is that as long as there's no active development permit, they can take down all the trees.
That was not what was shared in 2018 when we were talking about this.
During the time of an application permit, like the time that we're in now, I think there's some protections in terms of the development process protecting the site. But as soon as that's over or not approved, I think those disappear, and then it's
so they can take down the trees outside of the property line.
I'm saying you have a proponent that is apparently engaging in the process here today, and they have, I think, my understanding, the right to go and once a thing is denied, cut the trees. Like they have that right.
Off their property line.
Once we're out of this process, like the process of asking for more zoning for, they could cut it, is what I understand. So in terms of like bringing everyone together to something that works, which is, I think, I don't know everybody was happy at 1 a.m. the last time we heard this, but maybe everyone was a little unhappy. And but I'm putting that out there because that's I think it's a risk that everyone should be aware of, that the landowner actually has this right. Once this development process proceeding is over, they have the right to cut the trees. If they're choosing to keep it, it's because probably they like the trees and they want to have a development that includes them. But I want to put that out there because that doesn't seem to be part of the
It makes total sense. And what I would suggest is let's do a little bit deeper of a dive on what trees would remain are on their property that they can cut. If they're allowed to cut off their property, that's...
We can do that through the zoning process. We can
Okay.
tell them,
okay.
You can do this
Okay.
in this way. But then if we don't tell them anything and the thing just lapses, then a few years down the road, they can go and chop the thing and then come back with a new development proposal, at which point there aren't any trees to talk about. So I guess suggesting maybe the long-term site is perhaps best served if the community and council can come to an idea that everyone agrees with, sort of, like we did last time. That being said, it's not my ward, and Councillor Chambers is here, and he has a question.
Yeah, and thank you. Thank you for your presentation, AJ. And I'm just going to go back to this. So I understand your house would be one of them on here. there's a pathway here that goes to the city-owned pathway along, and then I'm seeing a little kind of pathway here that can bring you to the pathway of Antelope Park. Along here where these trees are, during the winter time, they're deciduous trees, so the foliage, all you're seeing is branches, correct?
Yeah, they removed all of the evergreen trees already.
All of the,
All of the evergreens were removed to build this.
The coniferous trees
Yeah.
have been removed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see through to the other side of the property from my residence right now.
During the winter time?
During winter.
During the summertime, not so much?
Yeah, there's a couple dead trees in there, and there's a big gap where the garbage cans are proposed. There's a huge opening there. Yeah, I think the majority of the 75% is on the western side of the property that they're referring to.
On the western side?
Close to where
Further
the path jets north.
Okay.
I believe that's where the 70%, 75%, and they can respond, they have their measurements.
Okay, so with the townhouses, the 26-foot high townhouses, they would back right onto that pathway basically, and that's what you would see during the wintertime, I guess, because the coniferous trees are gone.
Yeah.
And you're okay with that?
I'm not okay with that, any of it.
Okay. Okay.
I guess my point is, if we say no outright, the problem isn't solved. It's just the can is kicked down the road, and then something worse might happen.
Well, we can also put in the amendment to keep the trees too, just as we can put in the amendment to take them down, we can put in there to keep the trees.
Only if there's an active project approved.
Yeah.
We can positively enforce those things, but we can't negatively enforce them.
And that will also show the true colors of our new neighbors, if they're gonna take down in spite that they didn't allow the buildings to go up.
We've made it pretty far in this hearing without a whole lot of personal allegations either way, so let's keep going with that.
A lot of trees are still there.
I think
And I'm done.
I think Councilor Chambers phrased the question that I would ask, I mean, the developer is saying, look, we have the right to tear down these trees to put up 26-foot tall townhouses. That's what you authorized us to do. That was part of the deal in 2018. We want to build, how about this? We'll save the trees, we'll come further back, we'll go higher up. My sense from Mr. Bannister and you, who have, you're ground zero, you're right next to it, tell me if I'm wrong, you're faced with that choice, you're saying, no, stay with the original plan. Like, do not give them the additional height. They might, well, they've got to take down some trees, clearly. I don't know how many, but, I mean, I think that the developer's best foot forward is to say, hey, well, yeah, we'll do more, we're gonna do more units, and we're higher, but hey, at least you'll save the trees, and you're saying, no, stick to the original deal, there was a deal. Yeah, we might lose some trees, but I can see, 5 months of the year there aren't leaves on the trees anyway.
Well, to me, it's news that you could take down the trees. It was my understanding in 2018 that the tree line would stay, that was the agreement that was shared with the community. They would take down some of the trees, but the trees outside the property that they could not touch.
Yeah, I mean, they can take.
That was my understanding as a resident.
Fair enough.
But
There's a Venn diagram of trees I just figured out. So as a question to you, I guess, there's like, when the development application is live, you have a tree protection happening because they have to apply for a development permit to change vegetation. But after that, there be dragons. And so I think we're still within the development agreement parameter. There's some protections there, but once you're out,
yeah,
that's gone.
Yeah, it's a little bit that is a main concern. The fact that they're already building to something that we're talking about today is also just as concerning. I have to talk with my family to see what they would think about the trees. Honestly, it's news to me. I wasn't aware that they could take it down. Yeah, you're right. It would be a little bit 50-50 doing it that way. The other side, there's much, I know some of my colleagues or neighbors are going to talk about other things. The influx of people, the reducing of parking lots. Our street has so few parking lots that it's just going to fill up. So there's other concerns that are going to be shared today that I'm not sharing. But this is the one concern that I'm bringing up.
But I'm hearing that there's a wedge here because the developer is saying we can save more trees, but we want these things. Am I following? Am I not following?
Yeah.
Yeah, so developers coming in, hey guys, we can save more trees and build some solar panels, which, you know, the other things. And maybe or maybe not build pickleball because apparently there's some environmental stressors related to pickleball. But if we default to the old, it sounds to me like the trees are no longer guaranteed. Yeah, that's all understood. Okay, all right. Trying to get myself the material of today's discussion.
In fact, if you did go with the developer's proposal, you'd have to have some protection for the trees. If the whole deal is, we're gonna save these trees on our private property, if you let us go higher up, further back, then you damn well better have something written in saying that.
In the zoning
That's-
agreement.
But, yeah, I'm not saying that's my position. So, Councilor Chambers.
Yeah, again, thank you for your presentation. Again, the question has come up about pickleball. You know, there are those that enjoy pickleball. To the previous delegation, she says she enjoys playing pickleball. What's your stance here?
I appreciate that you bring that up. I used to be an athlete, you can't tell anymore. But I work from home. And I've lived the last 8 years with the pounding. Last summer, and the last 2 summers and winter have been particularly hard. I had to work with noise-canceling earphones for the majority of last winter and this summer when they were putting in those piles to protect the river, and that it shook my house. My camera on my desk was shaking. Yes, I love sports. I love people playing. Let's get people active. But like it was shared earlier, there's a place for it. Right beside someone's house is not a place for it. And I'm assuming I'm not the only person who works from home on the street. I know a couple others that do as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more, just one more question?
I think there was one more question.
One more
sir?
question, sorry.
Oh, AJ, please.
It's just like, I'm trying to understand the material difference between option A versus option B. So option A, the original, are they building buildings within these trees?
Sorry?
The original 1 a.m. decision with Marcus Chambers on that side and Janice Luke's here, in that proposal, are they building inside the trees that they're currently? Okay,
Yeah.
so that's like crystal clear now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My apologies if I'm repeating myself.
We don't dispute that, do we?
Is that? Well,
I can
there's-
look for the diagrams that were shared with us. That was proposed.
It is
as
your,
well.
yeah, at this point, is it your understanding that?
It was my understanding that the trees there that were cut were not in question anymore.
No, well, see, if we go with the original, are we building inside like existing forest? Like, are we building inside trees? The developer is coming forward.
From the original diagram, it doesn't appear so. If you trace the paths of the, I took my USB stick out. If you trace the path of Enclave and you extend it, the trees are south of the path extended.
Okay, so that's different than what the proponent is saying, and I guess we can ask the public service later.
I would love to do a review, bring the
I want
qualified
to
people out there.
reconcile, yeah. need
Exactly, to
reconcile
find
this.
out where it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
why I
you.
was,
Yeah,
that's
we
why I was questioning.
Can
That's why I
ask
had
that to the public service at the end of delegations, I guess. Does seem to be a pretty foundational assertion by the developer. Okay, on we go then.
Okay. Next up in opposition, we have Raj Fangura.
How many to go? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, not bad. welcome. You've got 5 minutes to speak, and if you can just give us your address as well.
All right, thank you. My name's Raj Fangura, and I live at 7 Portside Drive. I had a lot of stuff prepared to speak about, but I don't want to rehash what everyone's already said. Obviously, everyone's concerned about many different things, the pickleball courts, property values in their area, Henslow Park. These are all very important. I just want to focus more on a lot of the new information, new to me anyways, brought forward by the presentation from Progressive. I think it's important to again reiterate that the initial decision of the city planner right here had said that their recommendation was to reject their amendment. There's a lot of reasons that they gave to reject the amendment. A lot of the points in the presentation that Progressive put forward saying that their main reason, from my understanding, was to save the trees and set back the building. I don't think, as per the city planner's report, they did not hold any community hearings to get that opinion from the community. They didn't have an arborist report about those trees. They didn't have a lot of other information or questions answered. So I can't really trust, I have lost trust in the developer at this point. Because just showing photos of those trees, it's not a good enough reason for me. There's no one in the community that spoke in favor of that, so I don't think that's a valid reason. For them to propose a 4-story building setback more instead of the 2-story building, that has a huge effect on Henslow Park. The elevation of Henslow Park adjacent to Phase 7 is much higher. If you've walked Henslow Park, you know that around Phase 6 and more east, the elevation goes down and it's bordered by trees, so you don't really see the buildings nearly as much. At Phase 7, the elevation is much higher. There's not as much foliage and tree coverage, so you're basically going to have a massive 4-story eyesore there. They have renderings in their presentation that I also believe should be ignored. Those renderings, if you've ever been in any photography situation or an architectural rendering situation, you know perspectives can be changed. You can make a 4-story building there with the right type of lens look like the Eiffel Tower, or you can make it look like a single-story shed. I think that the absence of an arborist report and any proper engineering reports really have to be considered. Our city planners are professionals. We have to trust why they would reject a lot of these things. And we have to really, it's just an issue of trust for me. They want the 4-story development there for an additional 24 units. I don't think 24 extra units is worth the loss of public trust, community trust, and voter trust. I think it's an answer to a question that nobody asked, is what I'm seeing here. There are arborist reports being absent for their report that they want to save the trees. When I look at the proposed development site plans compared to the approved ones from 2018, the 2018 site plans show for Phase 7 going west towards the end of Mardina there, that's 9 houses in the picture. Their initial approved townhouses and the boundaries of the backyards of those townhouses seem to line up almost exactly to me as the newly proposed parking lot for the Phase 7 development. So it does not appear to be any change in the amount of trees. And as Councillor Lard has pointed out, those trees aren't a guarantee in the future anyways, past the development stage. And a 4-story development with no foliage is far worse than a 2-story townhome with no foliage. So there are other concerns with the Phase 6 building, which you saw was already constructed. The proposed building has like a perfectly rectangular Phase 6 building. The approved 2018 site plan shows the corner, the southwest corner of the Phase 6 building cut off to be context sensitive to the existing homes that are at the corner of Mardina there. I believe that would be like from the 80s down. So that corner being chopped off, I mean, that was one of the important points for the approval of the 2018 amendment was having the Phase 6 development designed in such a manner to be context sensitive to those residents, and it wasn't followed.
Recommend
Do you need
extension
fur-
of time,
do
2
you
minutes?
need-
You know, I think I've said everything. If you have any
now-
questions for me to expand on.
Sure. Thank you.
I got going, I'm sorry, I got going, guys. I'm not getting into it.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead. Public hearing.
Okay, so you said trust a number of times. What is going on in terms of trust?
For me, the community trust has been lost because there have been promises ever since 2018. I think the lack of having more community hearings is very telling of their intentions, and at the same time claiming that they are doing this for the community, for saving those trees. The two statements don't jive to each other. I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too, basically, is my feeling. They have...
Okay, what's the cake and what's eating the cake?
The cake is saying that you want to save the trees.
Save trees.
And eating it too is avoiding the community hearing to see if the community wants you to save the trees.
Well, this is the community hearing.
Oh, no, this is the public hearing. I'm talking about in the past in 2018, and the city planner's own recommendation was to hold several community hearings before the public hearing, and they declined to do that. That's in the city planner's report.
Okay.
As one of the recommendations for rejection.
Okay, we can ask about that.
Yeah, it's in the written report there. I don't know which page it is. I could take a few minutes to look for it.
It's okay.
The city planner had stated that they did not hold community hearings as per the recommendation.
Hearings there is not
Consultation.
helpful. Consultation.
Consultation, sorry, community consultation, sorry. They didn't have the arborist report. They didn't have answers to any other questions.
When?
Pardon me?
Well, you said they didn't have all the answers to these questions, but you also said they didn't have consultations. So did they not have consultations?
No, city planner's questions. The city planner report didn't specify the other questions, but they did mention an arborist report and an engineering report that Progressive did not supply.
Okay, it says, okay.
And
no-
that's in the written report from
Right.
the city planner.
Yeah, okay. So I'm looking to settle the question of the trees versus not the trees and what's actually going on right now.
Right.
Because there's 3 stories. But my concern is this dynamic of yes or no. Because if there's a better solution for everyone that's in between the 0 and the 1, I mean, personally, I'd be interested in that. It's Councillor Chambers' ward, so I'll be looking to him for guidance on what he wants to do.
Oh, for sure.
But it seems to me if it's true that the developer has found a way to keep more mature trees, and they're asking for net new zoning rights, shouldn't we consider that? If it's true.
If it's true.
And I'm gonna vet this to see what's going on as soon as I get to talk to the public service.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the onus was on Progressive to present that,
Well, they did,
as
to be
true or
fair,
not.
but-
And I don't know if they've done that because in me looking at it, if you look at the proposed development versus the old 2018 site plan.
They're listening. so
Yeah,
they're
the
probably-
amount of trees and with the lack of an arborist report.
We can commission those. We
Sure.
can make them plant 100 trees if they agree to do it.
sure.
There's a lot of flexibility in this process.
Right.
But it's just very difficult because you have it in a big room and there's usually a group of people that are against with the proponent on one side and then us having to sort it all out.
Oh, absolutely. And I respect that. And I think my point in stating all these is not to disprove them, but it's just more to really consider that they were given the chance to provide more backing towards their claims, and they didn't. And there isn't a single person here that has asked them, hey, can you save the trees and make a 4-story building instead of spread out 2-story buildings? The diagram to me looks like the trees are almost exactly the same. It doesn't look like there's very much savings to me.
Yeah. So
if any,
in my pursuing the maybe something as opposed to, going back to the default or approving what the proponent is saying today, you said 4-story eyesore. If you were to modify that, because that's what we ended up doing last time, Councillor Mays, we made a bunch of changes, I think, on heights and like we made so many changes. The development was like incomprehensible at the end of the hearing.
Absolutely.
But if you're concerned about the height of the buildings, is that fair?
I am concerned about the height of the buildings and in relation to how they had presented it with their perspective. I mean, when you're doing a render, there's even a perspective slider that you can adjust when you're doing a render in an architectural program. You can, as I said, you can make that 4-story building, if you slide the perspective slider one way, look like the Eiffel Tower right in front of your face. Or if you slide it the other way, it looks like a distant shed.
Because we can
So I'm more rebutting their presentation than anything.
That's
because
fine.
That's new information to me.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But, so all these things can be like done at right now we're doing dimensions and number of units, but like we can change things with plan approval, and there's at least one more step, and we can also mandate all sorts of stuff in the zoning agreement, as long as the proponent agrees to it, then we can impose it without having the city in court for having not respected its processes.
For sure. And I mean, you'd mentioned that you'd spent hours till 1 a.m. and an ungodly amount of time arguing this in 2018. Is it worth your time today to make those changes as well? That's a question that I would pose to you.
We've chosen our, Councillor Chambers was there when he was in your position right there, and I think we've all made that choice.
Okay.
To stay till 1 a.m. until we figure it out.
No, but I mean, do you want to do that again for the benefit of 22 extra units, you know, and a 4-story building with?
But am I tearing down 100 mature trees for expediency's sake?
Oh no, I don't
like
think
to get it done.
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about that, but
no, but that's what we are talking about. Because if we go to Plan 1, if the proponent is correct,
right,
then we're tearing down trees that don't necessarily need to be torn down.
Right, and
But
that's where I'm saying
that's been the deal the last 8 years.
That's been the deal.
Yeah,
that's been the deal.
But when I'm looking at it, it hasn't changed. Like from my view here, I don't have a presentation here, but it's the same pictures that have been up before.
Yeah.
The original 2018 plan and the proposed plan, you can see they both still border the very last house in Mardina. Where the townhomes are gone, they're not replaced by trees, they're replaced by parking lot access for the western part of the parking lot.
Okay.
So the townhomes, their boundary for the townhomes has not been changed to save the trees. It's been replaced by parking lot access from my view here.
Okay.
So that's my point. Like they're not, it doesn't look to me like they're saving any trees, if any.
Okay.
I think at some point, once we've heard from all the delegations, we may take a break, and that'll allow us to look at the 2019 plan approval, the 2018 zoning agreement, and try and get some of the dimensional issues.
Yeah, and to answer your question on my feeling of trust and why I bring up the word trust is because of the Phase 6 home there, Phase 6 building there. I mean, I know it's not your job to micromanage like the water department and the planning, property and development department.
We kind of make
you
it
know.
our job, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not to micromanage it, but I mean, if they're pushing, maybe it is. But if they push through a Phase 6 plan through property planning development and that was overlooked by them, by the city department, I mean.
If we are over the line, we apologize, and we did get a building permit, so we'll try and sort that out too, as to what the hell's happened with that.
But it sets a precedent for the trust, is what I was talking about.
Quick question. So, and again, thank you for your presentation. You know, in terms of the trees, and that seems to be the discussion now, is potentially a question that would have to be asked to the developer as well. But on the south side, it sounds like there's going to be some impact regardless. But also, is there going to be trees impacted on the north side, which is adjacent right to Hentelic Park?
Right. I don't know if there's an impact to the trees. It's more of an impact to the natural atmosphere of the park, where it's supposed to be, I guess,
passive.
You know, people from the Hentel Foundation has been far more eloquent than I could possibly be about the park, but having a 4-story building completely adjacent to the park, where the elevation of Phase 7 is much higher, or is the same as Phase 6, but the elevation of the adjacent Hentzliff Parkland is much higher. The trail goes down, and then there's extra foliage which blocks Phase 6 and Phase 5, and as you go more west. Phase 7, the other reason for the two-story building is because Hentzliff Park elevation does rise up at least 10 to 12 feet. And again, that's something a professional would have to answer for my accuracy, but
So there's that dual impact
yeah,
then, both on the south and the north side.
both sides, yeah.
Of development, that the 2018 plans would have addressed.
Correct.
And finally, and again, this has been a theme or a central discussion point. You've heard others weigh in on the pickleball piece. What are your thoughts?
I mean, the pickleball courts do seem noisy. I know there's a lot of pickleball available very nearby in so many community centers, like at, I think it's Glendale, it's just a couple blocks up, at Dakota. You've talked about...
Dakotas are indoor though.
Yeah, Dakota Community Center, there's, you know, huge, massive area for pickleball constantly. You had mentioned that engineers can hopefully figure out the noise. I mean, I think the engineer would recommend a roof and turning it into an indoor facility. But I totally understand. I mean, I hear the piles every day. I hear hammers, I hear trucks, and I'm all the way at Sevenport side. I'm not even backing onto it. The sound just travels in the area. I can hear Bomber Stadium whenever there's Canada from the field goal. I hear the crowds. I hear concerts, you know, from my backyard. Pickleball, I do. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's great to hear. You know, my wife got to listen to Taylor Swift from our backyard. The sound really does carry in that area. Again, that's just my own personal experience. But I mean, I'm hearing every part of the construction from my area, and I'm 3 blocks away.
So, Councillor Mays, I know you have the new zoning map burned into your mind, like none of us do. But if this development today were off the table, what could be allowed with the new zoning changes that are allowed by council?
Well, I mean, they've got the right to build townhouses. I mean,
No, I'm saying, like, if not this today, then what? I can ask the public service.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, this is seeking to amend an earlier rezoning, basically, so.
Right.
Yeah,
I know, but there's new land rights everywhere now, right?
Based on half?
I mean, they're not on a corridor here, they're not in a.
No? I was saying no.
Mall, they're not in a.
Okay. All right, moot point.
They could maybe do 4plexes, but they might end up with fewer units.
You're talking about the subject site, like on
I think we're getting.
I think I'll get into questions of the administration
I think that
on
was.
that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm just thinking two steps ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Kyle Galbraith in opposition to the matter.
Welcome, Mr. Galbraith. You've got 5 minutes, or if you need more, we can grant an extension, and if you can give us your address and any Taylor Swift or Peter Frampton references
No
you
Taylor
like, that's all in order. All right, fire away.
Well, thank you all for this opportunity to speak today. So my name's Kyle Galbraith. I'm at 41 Mardina, so I'd be adjacent AJ there, right at face his house. Yeah, so I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed zoning amendment here, and to voice my support, actually, for the Urban Planning Division's recommendation to reject this application. I only have about 4 points maybe I'll make. So point 1, back in 2018, the developer purchased this land knowing the height restrictions. So the 26-foot height restriction was not an afterthought. This was a central condition of the 2018 zoning agreement. So that was created after extensive consultation with the community and was a result of a 6-hour-long public hearing that I'm sure you all remember.
Oh, yeah.
Despite these conditions that were set, the developers still chose to purchase this property, knowing full well those limitations. They accepted the negotiated conditions, they benefited from the approvals, they proceeded through multiple phases of construction. So revisiting this agreement now, years later, kind of undermines the integrity of the planning process and the commitments made to the residents. My second point, the amendment appears to be driven by increasing unit yield and reducing cost. While I cannot speak to the developer's internal financial motivations here, the effect of the proposed amendment is clear. A taller building with more units and smaller footprint typically reduces construction costs and per unit, increasing the overall profitability of the project. This proposal is a significant shift from the context-sensitive design that was approved in 2018. I'd like to remind you, the city's not obligated to amend zoning agreements simply because the developer wishes to improve their economics of a project after that fact. Point three, if the developer now considers maybe this project is not as profitable as they once determined with this 26-foot height restriction, they do have other options. They could choose not to build the apartment building. They could construct only the two-story apartment block and scrap the more expensive townhouse build. They could choose only to do the clubhouse. Maybe in noting that, the existing ruling or zoning kind of states that there's no accessory structures that shall be constructed west of Mardina. They could move that pickleball and tennis court maybe closer to that clubhouse. With more space now, one thing that wasn't talked about is the garbage location. It seems to be pressed right up against that walkway. So they could maybe move that more centrally if they have more room. Or my favorite option, which is probably unfeasible, leave it undeveloped as a nice little park for the transition into Entcliff Park and those residents that are there. Anyway, these alternatives, they do still deliver amenities to the community, and they do not violate the commitments of the 2018. Point four is my agreement with pretty much all the points in the recommendations on page 14 of that proposal. The proposed height is not context sensitive. The neighborhood context has not changed. The applicant failed to, prior to this meeting, consult with the neighborhood. They did not provide letters of support, and they did not respond to the planning's request for additional information. These are not consistent with a responsible development practice. This proposal revives some of the same concerns raised in 2018. Excessive height, building density, privacy impacts, shadowing of the park, loss of green space, traffic pressures, and parking issues that were also mentioned. Those were all addressed in the 2018 design. So this amendment would essentially undo all that work that we've come to. 2 more minutes, close it up.
Move extension 2 minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Carry
you.
on.
So, actually, Zach himself and the developers actually made a great point about keeping those trees, and maybe Matt Allard, I think, was alluding to it. That tree buffer, could we, and maybe I'm out of turn here, could we add something into the zoning
You can say
agreement?
whatever you want in your time.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, can we add a statement into that zoning agreement that, if the builder or the developer is responsible to replant trees in that area, if the building, whatever they build there, disrupts them and kills them after a certain period of time?
We can ask them to plant 100 trees.
Yeah. I would like that added. Note that.
I mean, they might say
yeah.
it's too much.
Maybe not 100 trees, but maybe a tree buffer replacement or ensurement that a tree buffer will remain. Because like you said, they could just chop them all down tomorrow, right? So, yeah, in closing, I respectfully, for the reasons that I mentioned, I respectfully commit that, tongue-tied, respectfully request that the committee uphold the urban planning's decision to recommend rejection of this proposed amendment. As it's not context sensitive, doesn't align with city policy, and is not consistent with commitments made to the community. Also, one thing that wasn't mentioned, there was a petition going around. It's not a paper one, it's an electronic one, but we had 500 signatures for the 4-story, opposing the 4-story, and 307 opposing the pickleball courts. 307, yeah.
I don't think that got filed with us, though,
Yeah.
so.
I don't even know how to get that information to you, other than it's online.
It's through the clerks?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yep.
It sounds like you're, I guess, maybe a bit open-minded to the idea of not just doing one thing or the other thing. But, so the proponent is asking for more height. That's opposed.
Yeah.
What would the community want if they were given, let's say it's not all the height, but it's like some height. Is it trees? Like, I think the pickleball thing, we can make a moot point because there's a lot of anti-pickleball points made.
Yeah.
Like is it foliage? Is it further protecting the Pentelope Park through like landscaping, trees?
Well,
what do you think? Like, I'm brainstorming.
I definitely think you're on the right track there. Preserving the buffer zones to the Hentelif and the residents.
Because
by keeping trees.
We can make them as part of the zoning agreement, like construct things like berms that will like.
Well, I think that's already
permanently.
It's already there.
It's already there.
Well, things like that.
And that brings up a good point. So the land, they have to build up quite a significant chunk of land, so it's quite a lot higher than the existing trees that are there today.
Yeah.
So in walking through there, you can see, like they built this land up, but now it's all sloped down into the tree trunks and stuff. I know disturbing the roots of trees like that, those are gonna die. So if we can have some sort of commitment from them or something put into the zoning agreement to have a replantation of trees along that. If they die, like, I don't know if there's a timeline we could put in there.
We can come up with an estimate of how many trees we think may or may not be impacted and say that the developer shall, at no expense of the city, plant X number of trees in whatever Councillor Chambers decides for like, exactly where they go and what type they are. Like, we can actually go to that level of detail.
Well, absolutely. I like to see some, coniferous trees that don't lose their needles. That'd be great. So we can get some.
And the other thing I wanted to say, because we said it last time at this hearing, the 1 a.m. one, is that this is our opportunity at Riel to have a say.
Yeah.
Because after that goes up, and if we come up with straight, it sounds like straight no is in line with the public service recommendation, so there's a chance to go no, 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 all the way up.
Yeah.
But if we come up with something different and the proponent is interested.
My understanding, were plans not approved already back in 2019, for this build? So they are approved to build the 2-story and those townhomes.
Yeah.
Now, can we amend that and add in that, because there's talk and they're worried about the tree loss, can we add in a clause stating that they need to provide some sort of tree buffer?
Yes.
Let's do that.
I've added trees on public land with concurrence from the proponent, not even on their land.
There's not much room on I don't know where their property line ends and the walkway starts or the public land starts. I don't know.
Is there a member of your group that kind of assembles the others, or are you all acting as individuals right now?
Kind of individuals. Well, I don't know. There's some assembly there.
Because you could talk to the proponent there if we recess.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not,
Yeah, is that a possibility? Yeah.
you can't, I can't
Yeah,
talk
yeah, well,
about
no, well.
it, but you can. Yeah.
I think Councillor Chambers,
Yeah, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you would like more trees added, but based on the approval of the 2018 plan, September 2018 plan.
Correct. Not so much added, just maybe an assurance that a tree buffer will be there. It'd be nice if we could add some coniferous. Obviously, I don't want them to chop down the deciduous trees there and, you know, start planting some new ones. But if due to like root and disturbances of the trees, those trees die or, you know, thin out or whatever, it'd be nice to have some assurance that some sort of buffer will be in place.
So we don't know that, but
We don't know that, yeah.
But we can impose something that's like based on our best guess.
Yeah.
So there's also a swale or a little bit of a ditch that's there as well.
Yeah.
That still exists, and there are tree trunks that are in there.
Yeah.
What's the likelihood of those trees in context of the development?
Well, okay, maybe I'm not 100% sure where you're talking. Like I know the ditch and stuff, but I don't do a tree count or anything in there.
Yeah, no, I'm concerned for the trees that, you know, are in that little swale area or the ditch area.
Yeah.
Some of those tree trunks are in there, and I'm, you know.
It is concerning drainage-wise, I think is what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Yeah, like both the path is higher and the proposed development area is also higher. So there is obviously going to be natural water drainage, no matter how they try to control it, gathering in that kind of ditch area where the trees are. So the trees are much lower than both the walkway and the.
clarify for me where the ditch or swale is that we're talking
Yeah,
about?
are we able to pull up a diagram? Either proposed or the previous?
At this point, we're questions and answers, so unless you can provide a diagram, I don't
Is
think.
it
I don't.
Is
Yeah.
it between the trees and the?
So there's the residential units. There's a public walkway behind those units.
Right.
And it's, well, I don't know, maybe 10 feet high, well, probably 5 feet higher than where the trees are. Because, so the walkway and then it's trees.
All
And
right.
then it's their development property.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can't talk to them
Yeah?
if we recess.
All right. Councillor Chambers?
No, that's it for now.
Good. I think that's, just one comment.
Yep.
We get people here at virtually every thing saying, well, the city should buy it as a park. Why did you buy it as a park? You know, people, there's a park a block away and some of these things, you should buy it as a park. And so you're saying your fourth option is just leave it, but, you know, it is, we
It's-
cannot, they've already given over a fair bit of land to the park.
It's an
so-
option they could choose to do, right? But it's not feasible. I understand that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Galbraith, you mentioned a petition being circulated?
I'm sorry?
A petition being circulated?
There was. It was an online one.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
just to let you know, submissions are welcome for this public hearing file until the end of this public hearing. So once public hearing is concluded here, they cannot be
Get
put
it to
filed.
us, we can put it on record.
Surely before.
Submit it either to myself or to city clerks, general inbox.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you. Okay, next delegation then.
Okay, next up to speak will be Jonathan Dundas in opposition.
Maybe call two people, have one sit. All right.
We have two left and one's on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
We will need. are we good?
Yep. Counselor Allen's just getting beverage, so you can start.
Yeah?
Yep.
My name is Jonathan Dundas. I live at 39 Portside, so just kind of in the corner there. I didn't prepare anything, just hearing a lot about these trees, and that seems to be the new carrot that's being dangled to, you know, go back to their original plan of creating this enormous building behind us. So first of all, so along St. Mary's, obviously there are a lot of these large buildings. They bought, say, 7 or so properties together, which has now come way back into the housing development, which is why the initial one was to not continue what's, you know, along St. Mary's and come in keeping with the rest of the houses, which were 2-story, in keeping with the neighborhood. You know, so anyway, I obviously hope that that gets maintained. Of course, a dream would be it to stay as a park. You know, that's obviously not going to be the case. Okay, so these trees. So those are the trees that are there, and they are there today. One thing that hasn't really been mentioned anyway is this is a floodplain. So this ground, the reason that Raj and everybody's been saying that they're building so much higher is they have to. So where there's that walkway that we have, that's our dike essentially. Our houses are below that dike. Okay. So even these homes, these townhomes and that they're going to be building, they are not going to be building a dike around and building them underneath like all of our houses are. So their 26-foot buildings, which are likely in keeping with the height of our buildings, are actually still probably 10 to 12 feet taller than our houses because they're up on top of the dike, which is what they've been building with the basement land. So anyway, the trees, of course, are not going to be taken and transplanted on top of the dike. They are going to be well below. So they're going to sit, just like Marcus was saying, in essentially a ditch. How long will they live in a ditch? Not very long, likely. Of course, I'm not an arborist or whatever to find that out. But if something sits in a couple feet of water for too long, it's probably not going to live. We were assured by Progressive for a very long time in the community consultations that these trees would be remaining, you know, but of course, things change, I suppose. So what could be done, or what would I hope that you guys come through with this meeting, is that the existing buildings that have been approved continue to be approved. It sounds like the trees were not given much concern, or not as much concern, you know, in the grand scheme of everything before. Progressive themselves said that they didn't even realize that these trees were going to be there, so now they want to change everything to try to keep them, which we appreciate if it were true. So to do that, so, you know, continue with what you have already approved, realizing now that you're destroying all of these trees and the privacy that they currently deliver, is to, you know, make sure that they have to replant trees that they definitely are going to destroy. So anyway, so we do have the things here now, which we didn't before. I know you guys already have them, but you can see the trees now. You can go back. I'll go back. So this is what they had approved before, and you can see that that red piece obviously is their property line. Keep in mind that that trail is there, which looks to be maybe 20 feet at most from that red property line. That land needs to be built up like 12 feet or so. Maybe Progressive could give us a real number. Those trees are going to still be down in there. So you're going to have a trail, you're going to have trees down here, because that trail and the embankment on that is what protects us from the flood or potential floods. And then they're coming right back up, obviously. So any trees in there will have to go, or will just go naturally by drowning. And then as you continue around, it's going to be the same thing. This is what they're proposing now, which is truly not much different. As Raj was saying, what's the difference? Instead of buildings, there's parking. Parking is not going to be, you know, on the floodplain, like it's not gonna be 12 feet down from the apartment blocks sitting in floodwater. So obviously, they still have to build the land up to the rest of the land, meaning there are gonna be 0 trees. So this carrot that, can I have 2 minutes, 1 minute even?
Sure, all those in.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, fine. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you. The carrot that they're dangling, if we really want to preserve these trees, and that's why we want to make these changes, of course, is not real at all. There's no way of doing that unless you guys tell them that they have to replant them, because there's going to be no way of preserving them. That's really all I have to say.
Councilor Chambers.
Yeah,
We've got a guy who knows what's going on with the trees.
yeah, so I'm looking at Google Maps here and looking from a southeast elevation. I'm looking at, and I'm wondering if it's allowed for them to pull up Google Maps, just so, because what it appears here that depending on, you know, which option is best option, trees are gonna be impacted. So they're either gonna be impacted adjacent to Medina Drive and Port Side, or they're gonna be impacted on the Henteliff Park side.
Absolutely true. So as you already know, that to build their buildings already, they've built, and they showed us a picture of a large retaining wall. So of course, anything on top of the retaining wall, there were no trees there, right? There's buildings and there's a wall along their property line. So it's not been respectful of any trees. They've literally gone to the maximum of their property line, built a towering wall, which just like, I don't remember who it was, but somebody else was saying that as you go further, so you see their existing buildings, those are closer to St. Mary's. As you get closer to St. Mary's, the land goes up, right? St. Mary's does not sit on a hill, it sits in line with the buildings around it. But as you go away from it, so to the end of the building that they're building, it goes down a lot. So
And that-
this.
And that was discussed, that was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the trees in Henteliff Park are just going to have a wall along them, and this is not going to change it. Regardless if they build a 2-story building or a 4-story building, they still have to, you know, hold back the same flood water. The wall is the same. So they're not saving any trees there. They're creating a lot more, well, what did they say? Like they're creating a huge shadow for the trees that are there, with the building being twice as tall. It's actually not even twice as tall, because now they have penthouses. So we keep saying 45 feet, but it's 60 feet. You know, it's almost 3 times taller than what they originally were asking for, or approved, let's say.
Thank you.
So, on the trees, option A.
Yes.
Like today, now,
Yes.
what trees are impacted or die or drown?
I believe all of them will be impacted and
Okay.
die. Either they will, like, of course, they're gonna cut every single one that's on their property, just like they have. It's not like they are coming up with as big tree people. So they're gonna cut every single tree, and truly they have to. They have to build the land up, right? Because you can't have cars or buildings sitting below the floodplain. So they have to be cut. Every single one that's on their property that they want to build on has to be cut down, even if it's for garbage, parking, or buildings. So it would be fantastic, you know, maybe one nice thing of them sending a reapplication stuff is that we can now talk about something else that maybe was missed before, is the impact on these trees, and say, okay, well, we understand that on your property you're gonna have to kill all these trees, you know, please replant them, or not please, but, you know, please do replant them. Yeah, and hopefully, anything that's not on their property, they're not allowed to cut down. I don't know, when AJ was talking to you about that, it sounded like you said that they could cut all those trees down even if they're not on their property. Is that true?
No, I think he's just saying on their
It's-
property.
On their property, okay.
Trees are weird. They're like protected during the time of applications.
Yes.
Like right now.
Yep.
But as soon as that like expires, then it's like regular land and they can cut
Yeah.
the trees. That's my understanding.
As long as they own it.
As long as they own it.
So as long
As
as
long
they
as
own
they
it.
own it, yeah.
So there are, like, a lot of those, or not a lot, but But several of those trees are not on their property, right? Their property is not right to the walkway. So it does sit back from the walkway, which is what's gonna cause the ditch.
But we can also impose things outside of their own property, as I have done on Provencher Boulevard when trees were being impacted.
Yeah.
As the proponent agreed to do something off their land, and the reason it was
Yeah.
okay is because they agreed to do it. And so like those types of options are available. But just, okay, so they're coming at us now with, they want net new zoning rights. They
Yes.
have their existing zoning rights.
Yes.
The existing zoning rights, the trees all die. Is that right?
And both of them do. They, like, what I don't think you're noticing is this land needs to be built up like 12 to 15 feet. So you can't build land up that kind of height and maintain anything that still is living on there. It's just not possible. So when you take, it doesn't matter if it's a parking spot or a house, you're still lifting it up 15 feet. Whatever was there is not there anymore.
Okay, so for the sake of argument, accepting what you say at face value, like the trees will die, whether it's option A or option B. So the only remedy is to replant more trees.
100% true.
Okay, so given the applicant is coming at the city, and they're asking for allowances, like net new zoning allowances.
Yeah.
Which I've heard from many delegates that they oppose.
Yes.
If the committee decides to give slightly more in terms of the zoning allowances, and at the same time that there be a substantial increase in the net new tree plantings, do you think that's something that the community would be interested in? Because otherwise it sounds like the trees are gone, and it sounds to me like this is an opportunity to bring in some trees.
Okay, so I don't think it has to be, from what you've been saying specifically, I don't think it has to be old plan and no new tree and no trees, or a new plan and still probably no trees, but we're really sorry about it. You know, it sounds like you guys can keep the old plan and say, hey, we didn't notice. So they actually, part of their presentation is, you guys are gonna be devastated by this, what did you say, wall of townhomes that are gonna be right behind your house, literally from their speech. You know, so yes, like obviously a wall of townhomes behind all of these houses, it's not great. And they know that as well. So hopefully now it's like,
Okay.
no, just wait.
No.
So now they realize that they're creating this wall of townhouses and they feel bad about it, so they'd rather build something else further away. Well, let's still feel bad about it, not make something worse further. Let's still feel bad about it. Let's say that we know now that these trees cannot stay, which is something that obviously did not come up much before. So let's say, well, keep doing what we told you that you could do, and let's plant trees so we don't have this wall of houses that everybody's gonna hate.
Right, so I think if I can translate, are they not saying, we have the right to do this bad thing, or this thing that presumably the neighborhood doesn't want, and we're proposing this other thing that presumably may be better in some ways, like having net new trees planted?
It's not net, how do you mean net new trees?
We can impose that as a condition.
But why can't you impose it with what they have now? Are you saying you can't?
Well, right now the recommendation is no. So it's like, no, goes through council, and then they build the townhouses.
Yeah.
So is that what you want?
Well, I mean, that is certainly better than building a 4-story building behind our houses, for sure. Like that's without question.
So then we are agreeing today, the trees are done, we're gonna build the building, there's gonna be townhouses, this is what the community wants.
Well.
That's the choice.
So that is the choice.
Yes.
But you had said that you can now, like, this is the time that we can make changes to it and say, oh, so you have to give them the monster to.
Not the whole
then no.
monster. No, not the whole monster. They're asking for net new property rights because they're saying these townhouses don't look great. The trees are dying. Here's some options. And we can say, we'll grant you some new zoning rights in part.
Surely we all understand this by now after this.
Well,
many
I don't
hours.
think it's understood.
Surely we get the point you're making at this
Well,
stage. So.
is this new?
Okay,
No, I
so
don't think-
what are you thinking that should be given for them to plant a few trees?
I'm trying to find a solution with everyone in the room.
I think that's gonna be very difficult, because it sounds like you want this massive building behind.
No.
If they
You're
plant a
impugning
few
my
trees.
motives. You're impugning my motive. Right now, I see there's gonna be the original development that's gonna,
Yes.
burn all the trees, and it's gonna be townhouses that I think everyone here doesn't want.
No, the townhouses
I wouldn't
are
say that.
preferable.
We're here to oppose the new zoning. We're not here to oppose the old zoning.
Right.
Right? So that time has passed. We're not here to say, no, don't build townhomes. We understand that there's going to be townhomes built. And anybody with any sense that looks at it knows that those trees are not going to be there when the townhomes are built. Will people that live in the townhomes, I guess, I don't even know if they can, will they plant trees because they also want privacy? Hopefully. Would the developer do it for them? Hopefully. But, you know, I understand that those trees are gonna go. Everybody does. They're either gonna go, well, right at the property line, they're gonna go, or the rest of them are gonna sit in a ditch, and they're gonna go within a few years.
Okay, I think I'm running out of time with my colleagues. Just want to say, like, there's room to negotiate.
If you negotiate, why not say, let's maintain what has been accepted, right?
Okay.
Which everybody has, you know, come to terms with, and we're okay in the community. We understand that that's the way it's going to be. And now the new thing, right, the new carrot is, oh boy, these are gonna look bad, and we're gonna have to take all these trees down. Well, maybe this wasn't considered before, so now let's say, okay, guys, do what you were supposed to do, and plant trees, because we understand that these trees are likely gonna have to go.
No, but we only get that in the event where we grant them some kind of land right.
Okay,
And they
well, how
agree
about
to
this
it.
then? You own the land, you guys, I guess, the city, right, owns the land up until their property line.
Yeah.
It's going to be a ditch, right? It's gonna be a horrible ditch, mosquitoes, blah, blah, trees are all gonna be dead.
Yeah.
So you can use that land without giving them anything and plant trees on that like there are now, that are all going to be killed. You build a 12-foot wall, right? You have literally probably 8 to 10 feet that's gonna go 10, 0, 10, right? That's a ditch. That is a huge ditch. If that was beside a road, a ditch that narrow and small would always have water in it.
What do you propose we give the proponent in exchange for that?
Why?
He is
No, what I'm
proposing-
saying is,
he
you're the city of
proposing
Winnipeg.
is you, city, go put some damn
Oh,
trees
legal
on your land, yes,
Oh.
yes.
And that is now going to be a ditch made by the developer, right? So if you can't tell them, if you can't give them a 4-story building or something like that to have them do anything, then just do it yourselves.
Could be the ditch is already part of the building permit application process.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure it is. But it sounds like this ditch and these trees were not as thought through as before. So anyway, once their townhomes and that are built, right, and those trees likely die, then the city can go and fill that ditch in and replant trees. I mean, that is a solution that would be easy.
This is your earlier point of their property line is not flush with the existing trail, right?
Of course, that's true.
Okay,
But-
so loud and clear, go with the original decision.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, okay.
Just, yeah, real quick, in terms, and again, probably a question of the developer or of public service, but how far west does their property extend to?
Okay, so the buildable part is where you see the jog. So if you see the trail is taller and then comes down probably 50, 60 feet and goes back across.
Right.
Well, here, sorry, I'll go back. So you can see that the jog is where they're gonna build homes, and that's the end of where they're supposed to be allowed to build any structure. Okay, 1 or 2?
One more.
Okay,
So they'll be able to build here townhouse.
100%, yes.
Yes.
So these trees are gone here.
Well, if they're not gone to build them, they're gonna be sitting in water.
Well, I'm thinking that the townhouses are gonna be here.
That's true.
There might be some tree buffer here, but.
That's true.
Essentially, you're gonna have to clear some of these trees out.
Yes, and Marcus, keep in mind that the trees that are there.
Counselor
Counselor,
Chambers.
Counselor
Chambers, sorry.
Yes, there we go.
I keep in mind that those trees sit at least 10 or so feet down from that trail and are gonna also be sitting 10 to 12 feet down from from the property, like the dirt that they're gonna build the townhomes on.
So if the amendment, if they, if the committee decides in favor of the amendment, it's gonna be these trees here that are gonna be impacted.
No, that's where, sorry, 1 second, let me go back.
Hey, Steve.
That either way is going to be a building. It's either gonna be 2 stories as it was before, or up until today, or 4 stories. That's the building, that's exactly where those trees are.
Yeah.
No, okay, just wait.
These trees wouldn't be impacted.
Well, that's somewhat true, other than that's parking space, and they have to build that land way up. But that's the same, let me go 1 back, so just stay there.
Go back.
So this is the townhomes, same thing, those trees that you were pointing at are between that trail and the red line. To your left, like it's
Right.
kind of out
That's
of, that they don't own, so those trees
Right.
should be staying.
So
Should be
we're
staying.
kind of looking at the lesser of 2 evils?
Well, so the trees that they want to save are either not theirs, so really not theirs to save and shouldn't be cut down from what I understand, or are going to be on their property and regardless of which one they go ahead with, are not going to be saved. Okay, that's the true answer to this. If it's on their property, regardless of what they're doing, they're cutting them down. If it's not on their property, I believe that they're not allowed to cut them down. Is that true? Okay, that is true. So unfortunately, these aren't exactly both to the same scale, but the trees that are gonna stay regardless, and then the trees that are, anything that's on their property, regardless of which one they're doing, they're cutting those trees down, unless there's a third proposal that's not shown.
What we see in front of us is, as you and others have said at some length, is a parking lot.
It's a parking lot. Yeah, and it's a parking lot that's 12 feet above the land that is there now, right? So it's a parking lot that's, anyway, so there's no trees that are gonna be maintained in the parking lot with cars between them. Those will have to be new trees.
Okay. Any other questions?
Nope, I think that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
1 delegate to go.
2, actually.
2 delegates to go, I'm now told.
Okay, so next up on Zoom, we have Anjan McLean to speak in opposition to the matter. Anjan, I invite you to unmute yourself and turn on your camera. There we go.
Is this the one-
Okay,
this is the one we had on
good.
earlier?
We're now, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I will make my points brief. I am Anjan McLean, a resident of 231 Yellow Moon Crescent. So I don't live near to the park, but I do represent Hentlef Park Board. And I'm very much interested as a stakeholder in what happens and how these developments and changes will affect the park. I have 2 main points to make, and I would sum them up briefly. Not about me, without me, and 1 + 1 = 3. So not about me, without me. There have been many points raised about the impact of these developments on Hentlef Park. My colleague Terry Ashcroft has spoken about the noise pollution that will come from the introduction of pickleball courts. In addition to this, I'd like to speak about the cumulative impact of the changes on the park. And that's what I mean by 1 + 1 = 3. And the point is, since 2018 to now, there have been many developments. There have been many projects, new changes in line with the City of Winnipeg's commitment to new housing, which we're not opposed to, especially where it's close to the transit routes. These changes are not those. They are in a space on Hentlef Park where there is, if you have ever visited the park, it opens up into a very open green space. And my colleagues have said that the new proposals will go up in height and create a shadow. And if you're any kind of gardener, you know that this will change the ecosystem of the park. And we have not had consultation, and we have not had the opportunity to examine the plans and give our response to what the cumulative impact of new density, higher buildings, increased noise, cumulatively is going to have on the park. And without that information, I believe that we are being offered a false choice to decide on 2 stories in the original planning versus 4 stories or 5 stories with the proposals. We need the information, we need consultation to demonstrate what impact this will have on wildlife of the park, as well as the benefits to community. Hentelef Park is a passive park. That means it's not like St. Vital where you can go and play football in the park. It's not like Kings Park or any of the others. It is unique in the city because it is a space where people can come and reflect. And the more density that there is around us, the greater the value that this park provides to the community, a space where we can feel as if there is time to quietly reflect and look at the diversity that is there. And that is not being valued or talked about. We have scientists that come from the University of Manitoba to study our unique biosystem. We have the largest diversity of indigenous trees in Hentelef Park. And the founders of Hentelef Park, created this park so that its unique nature as a passive park should be preserved. And as stewards of that park, I'm appealing to this council to respect the original decisions where we did actually get a lot of consultation, a lot of information was reviewed, and a decision was made to create a balance. The canopy that is created by 2-story houses, 2-story buildings, it's different to the ecosystem that is created when we have higher buildings, higher ditches. And what I'm hearing is that the impact through just this discussion now, without data, it's already clear that it will have an impact on Hentelef Park. In closing, I would like to ask that the original recommendations be reviewed again to see what has changed over the 5 years since then. And I would like to oppose any new changes until we get updated data so that we can make informed decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your patience and staying with us. Any questions? Okay. Thanks for your service to the park. And I think we don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, registered in opposition, we have Matt Singer.
Can you call down? See,
Anyone else in the gallery who wishes to speak in opposition who didn't register, if you can just indicate.
So indicate.
Noting no one? Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Singer. You've got 5 minutes and more if there's an extension, and if, when you begin, if you could provide your address as well, please. Yellow Moon Crescent is Sage Creek, isn't it? Yeah, it's always. Welcome, Mr. Singer.
Good morning, councillors. I seem to be the anchor here. I'm Matt Singer. Live at 81 Mardana. I'm at the far right of the photo there. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak on the opposition side. I appreciate the fact that no land development comes without opposition, and that the goal is to collaborate to reach a compromise for both the general interests of the city of Winnipeg and the proposed development required in order to increase housing limits to match the city's current and future load growth. However, was this not already achieved under the DASZ 6/2018? The community engagement, in short, there was none for this revision here. And to explain the justification as to why we're changing from what happened and what was approved under 2018, minus what was, I guess, discussed today. To cycle back on this item shows direct correlation in not only a developer operating in bad faith and pushing a profit-driven agenda, but also goes against the complete community direction strategy 2.0. Building a mid-rise building further into a park behind single-family dwellings is not a context-sensitive matter, and the elimination of two-story townhomes in lieu of more condos and/or apartment units goes against the enhanced housing choice for more of the same type. In addition to the original concerns that were discussed under the DASZ 6/2018, there are some major concerns with the amendments requested, and I've kind of been jotting notes down throughout this whole thing, so I'm kind of, based on everybody else that's kind of provided some input. Some of the items that weren't talked to in great detail, parking. The variance from 600 to 538 stalls, eliminating 62, will push traffic onto local streets, mostly Mardana Crescent, as it's the closest location with direct walking path locations for cars. Mardana Crescent consists of 44 single-family dwellings with roughly 18 parking locations for cars, less if you're combining trucks and vans, that are regularly used by the existing local residents. The water, sewer, and land drainage. How will the proposed increased density affect the existing water, sewer, and land drainage in the area? The mid-rise building phase 5 and 6 that's currently in construction already required a water main connection from Mardana Crescent, which was likely only originally designed and constructed for a density associated with single-family dwellings, not for multiple high-rise or mid-rise buildings. If there are more service connections tied with the Van Hall Estate areas, creating a shortcut for water to flow under the constructed flood prevention berm or dike around Van Hall Estate, does this increase risk associated with potential flood water transferring from this parcel of land over to Van Hall Estate or vice versa? A lot was discussed about this tree buffer. What did I write here? Sorry. Should not justify the height. So the tree buffer, the justification was because there's a tree buffer, because they'll introduce a tree buffer, that'll justify the 4-story, the 2-story to 4-story. I personally don't believe a tree buffer justifies 2 more stories, in my opinion. There was discussion about the existing condo or building on the east side there, which backs onto my backyard, that there's no tree line or anything there. I can tell you in my backyard, if I look straight south, all the single-family dwellings going down Mardana have planted their own trees. So we've made our own tree line to basically counter that.
South or north?
I'm on the corner. I'm saying if I look, I don't know if I can point.
You're looking north.
If I look south, because basically everything's, the comment was, is this mouse show? Yeah. The comment was that this condo building or apartment building is so close and there's no tree lines blocking or providing some kind of shelter. So if I look in my backyard and I go south,
okay,
all the family dwellings have their own tree lines to create that privacy.
Okay.
So in my opinion, there's a couple compromises. If we need to make a compromise, one, I've questioned why we need to make a compromise again, which was already achieved in 2018. But if we need to make a compromise, it was discussed, and you can look in the photo, like it's pretty clear that the building under construction right here, the note was basically up to the northeast corner of my property right here, which kind of lines up to around this corner. Everything west of this mouth is basically overlapping onto that 26-foot requirement. So my potential suggestion, rather than have them take down that area, which would be probably hundreds of thousands of dollars to reconstruct it, use that as basically leverage to, oh, can I ask for additional?
How much time?
2 minutes should be fine.
2 minutes?
Sure. All those in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead.
Use that as leverage to basically compromise and add them to build up that ditch south of the property and plant new trees. I think it's a fair compromise to build that tree wall, as well as let them continue to build versus spending hundreds of thousands to rebuild what they've currently started. If for whatever reason this amendment passes, I request the following options: that all balconies on the south side be removed to limit the oversight into the houses, backyards in the area. Improvement to the tree line barrier on the south side of the property, which was discussed multiple times, that's going to be destroyed. The relocation of the garbage recycling bins into the parkade, as the volume of food waste associated with this new density, if the bins are not properly maintained, will attract wildlife from Hetliff Park due to the scent and could possibly pose a safety risk for the general public, as I routinely see deer and fox running around in the area. That's my suggestions. In terms of the pickleball court, a compromise that I would suggest is if you're looking at the area and the use of it, depending on what the age demographic is for the people that are planning on moving in, why not do some kind of a gardening center or a greenhouse? It fits with the area perfectly. It keeps it quiet. You don't have the racket or anything like that. And in terms of pickleball, I know Councillor Allard talked about engineers and stuff. I myself am an engineer. I have dabbled with sound and basically decreasing it. So there are ways to isolate it, but the problem that comes up is where the sound comes in pickleball is when you're swinging that racket and it's hitting that plastic ball. There's no way to isolate the racket from your hand or isolate that racket from the pickleball. So that sound is still going to reverberate. You can build all the walls you want to dampen it, but in theory, the cheapest option is to build a roof, somebody mentioned here, to build a roof and enclose it. So again, thank you for your time, and I appreciate the time to talk.
I'd love to see a drawing of that thing.
Would not. Just a question for you. The building that is said to be encroaching by about 20 feet, that's the tan color, that lies, yeah, good, okay, thanks. Not the other one, not the,
Not the one going north-south. Yeah.
thank you.
But just,
So it's phase 6.
Yeah.
just like, question for clarification, Councilor Bates?
Yeah.
Just in terms of leverage, like, I don't think we have any leverage. We only have leverage if we were to approve what is being currently recommended against by the public service.
Right,
Other
but
than
you're
that,
saying.
we have no leverage. We only have leverage if we go and give net new land rights to the property owner.
Fair. Maybe leverage is a bad term, maybe more compromise. Your suggestion is how do we compromise from what the developer wants now versus what was done before? And if the main concern from the community in general is that tree line, the compromise I would suggest is let them continue building that building that's encroaching that area, so you can extend that encroachment to whatever the existing height is of the rest of the building. And in lieu of that, you don't change anything on the west side, but you factor in the fact that they have to fill in the ditch and supplement that with new trees to create that sound barrier and that visibility barrier.
I'm presuming that, maybe I shouldn't, that those are the types of things that, as the language we read when we say zoning agreement is, the construction shall construct at no cost to the city of Winnipeg, X, Y, Z, and presumably externality is part of that, but good answer, good questions for the public service, for sure. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Divide any questions? Okay, we'll just do make sure there's no one here for information or.
Yep.
Maybe another call out for anybody on
Yep,
opposition.
of course, councilors. Okay, so that concludes those in opposition. Just one more time, looking to the gallery to see if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition who hasn't been registered. Noting no one. Okay, moving on to for information. We have no one registered. Just again, looking to the gallery if there's anyone who wants to speak for information. Noting no one. And now there's questions for the public service, depending on how we wish to proceed.
We'll probably look at breaking for lunch.
Yeah.
If we break, presumably the public can speak to the proponent and we can then.
Back at 2:30? Does that
Yep.
work for you?
Yeah.
Okay. We will then take a break until 2:30. We will at that point have questions for the public administration. It is certainly public information already, whatever we passed in 2018, and the plan approval, which is the first item, conveniently, on the July 2019 Riel agenda. So there's certainly documents that are public out there that we'll probably be making reference to. And if we could get, by the time we get back to, I'm not sure we can, if that building is encroaching, the 40, whatever, how tall is this thing? 40 feet building is into the 26-foot height limit zone. We haven't advertised that. I mean, I don't know if we have, like, we haven't, developers saying, I don't know, I just heard about it today for the first time. Maybe we screwed up. I mean, are we really able to clean that up today?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the advertised clause for today's hearing is clause 5, and that one speaks to the limits of where the 26-foot zone begins. So you could
Yeah.
choose to
That's
adjust
fair.
that language and just move it over.
Okay.
It's zoning, we can do anything.
Well, you can't, you have to advertise, we can't,
I don't know.
There's got to be transparency to it.
Well, I know, but I mean, we've done things like add a tree well.
yeah, but if we
trees,
say to the
public boulevard.
developer, it all comes down. It all comes down. Take down that
Oh, well,
entire
no, but then we
building.
end up in
then I
court.
would probably say,
They have
well,
to-
you gotta
it
tell me.
has to be like
Yeah.
something reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we will return.
Okay,
Thank you.
gavel out.
All right, call today's meeting back to order. We're back in the public hearing session on the St. Mary's Road item. This is the traditional period where we can ask questions of our public service. Then the developer, should they choose to, or the applicant, should they choose to, can come and speak in rebuttal before we make any decisions. And as Councillor Allard correctly pointed out earlier, this matter does not stop here. This matter goes up potentially, well, certainly through Executive Policy Committee and Council, so. But there are no further delegations after today to our curious public hearing process, so there you go.
Except from public servants.
Except from the public service.
Yeah.
Okay, are there questions? I certainly have questions, but gentlemen, do you have questions of the public admin?
Well, the trees. The trees are, what happens to trees? If we say no, we say yes. Either way, there's gonna be some trees that are gonna be impacted. Or not.
Yeah, that would be my understanding. You know, based on the original plans that are in place now that were approved in 2019, there was a pretty significant setback of the building, about 25 feet from the property line. And on the submitted plans, certainly they show trees in there. And the revised plans that were submitted as part of today's application do not really show many trees at all. There is a fence proposed along the property line, and then about 8 feet from that, there's parking spaces and pavement. So with the revised plan, the possibility of preserving trees is certainly lessened compared to what was previously approved. However, that all comes with a caveat that we don't have an arborist report to confirm the location of these trees. An arborist report would also prescribe tree protection measures that would be carried out during construction and also determine the viability of preserving these trees in relation to the proposed development, so.
So there are other dominoes that kind of fall if the amendment were allowed to proceed, such as parking minimums?
Yeah, there is a separate variance for parking that was triggered by the new proposal. So we're waiting on the outcome of today's hearing before we process that. If, you know, we may not need to do that if things stay the same. I think
that was. If I may, well, you guys are, so, yeah, I had a question with the park. So even though this was proposing more units, it was proposing fewer spots, just
Yeah.
because some of what, I assume some of the land that was going to be parking would now be taken up by the building, or?
Yeah, I believe that the old proposal was all surface parking, whereas this has, you know, parking integrated into the building.
Okay.
So,
Well then.
like, what's the public benefit to this proposal? Like, we heard trees, we had concerns about
Affordable housing.
affordable housing, more housing units.
Yeah, it'd be an increase of, I think, 24 units of additional housing that didn't exist under the previous plan.
So that's the one public good.
Well,
Yeah, what,
24 plus the fact that a percentage of them are deeply affordable or affordable, $1,100 instead of $2,800.
right. But just on the trees then, I'm going to summarize what I understand to be the evidence, which is there's a city strip of land in between Mardina and this site. There's a pathway along that strip of land, and then there's some buffer, some footage until you hit the property line of the applicant. There are some trees in that north of the pathway bit. We don't know how many. We don't have an arborist report, which is something we asked for, so we don't know how many. B, perhaps more salient, not only are the public administration is saying, no, we don't concede that the townhouse plan will result in far more trees being lost than the 4-story plan. In fact, under the townhouse plan, you had a 25-foot buffer gap space from their property line to the start of the townhouses. So there may well be trees in there. Whereas under the 4-story plan, as various delegates had indicated, this isn't the grassy knoll here. This is like this is a surface parking lot by and large, not entirely. Yeah. Okay. That's sort of I had a number of, and the 2019, there was a question, and I hate to get into the pickleball thing, and let's not try and dwell on it. There was an assertion made that nothing was to go in there on that far westerly piece of land, and you guys should remember this, and in fact, there was a provision, there are 2 provisions from 2018 or 19 saying there will be a play structure built, and there's a prohibition on accessory structures west of 118?
Yeah.
Close, all right, 119, yes. But the pickleball court does not count as an accessory, or tennis and pickleball does not count as accessory structure. And the play structure also presumably.
Yeah. I mean, there might be some fencing issues that come up with having the courts that would have to go to zoning. But the play structure itself, do not believe that would be considered a structure under zoning.
So something, and here I have some, I don't think the developer is trying to pull a fast one here and build a much cheaper pickleball court as opposed to the play structure. It's actually, the math probably goes the other way around, in fact. So they could do nothing and probably save themselves $250,000 and leave it as a piece of grass, as far as I can tell. I mean, we'd have to amend all that. None of that's really legally before us today, though.
Yeah, there is in the zoning agreements a provision, a clause to construct a private playground on the property, but it does not have to be where the pickleball court is shown. It just has to be somewhere on the entirety. It could be near St. Mary's.
Good point.
It could be anywhere.
Okay. Okay, so I think that deals with something could be built there.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be any of these things. Another question. On a legal, I'm still a little. I think the idea of they've built too far west. They've built into the prohibited 26-foot zone with their 40-foot building, and I didn't go back and look to see if there was an angular shave out of the. Probably accurate. Can we? I mean, we don't have a survey certificate here. We don't have I don't have a building location certificate. I don't have.
Yeah.
It doesn't really trouble me all that much, to be quite frank, but on the other hand, I don't think we posted that or anything.
Yeah, so that was brought to our attention by a resident this week, and looking at the plans previously, it was just kind of shown that the building in phase 6 is about 7 feet from that lot line that it's built on. And then that lot line is about 30 feet away from where the 26-foot zone begins. So we don't have a building location certificate or a survey done to confirm it.
Okay.
But should that reveal that that is the case, they're coming back to amend the zoning agreement or tear down their building. So we might be right back here debating clause 5 again, should a survey reveal that is the case.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, like, I just think, I'm not on a quest to tear down the building. On the other hand, I don't know how solid, without the survey, and, you know, it's a little hard to, if they're 200 feet, or, I don't, you know, like, they're different shades of gray here. All right. Sorry, colleagues, that was a bit of a sidetrack, but anything?
Well, what about the trees that are to be a swamp? Is that true?
Yeah, so I will point out that the servicing agreement from the rezoning requires, you know, if they do lot grading, they need approval concurrently from Parks and Water and Waste. And it's also including like land drainage issues and anything, including the natural existing coulee, which I believe refers to that ditch. So there would need to be discussions with the Parks Department and Water and Waste before any sort of changes to that part could be hammered out.
Did we not retain that as an easement?
I don't believe so. It might just be on the parkland.
Like along the south side of this development, I thought that there was an easement for the city of Winnipeg.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's the easement here, but.
Spanning the length. And that's where the pathway would go in.
Yeah, so it looks like there's an easement starting with the other side of the development, so on the east side
East
of
side,
Mardina.
yeah.
But on this particular part where Phase 7 is abutting, it's just parkland, there's no easement.
Okay. So there's no buried services underneath the east side of where we have the easement?
Looks like there's some sewer, water main on the east side.
So the photos that were sent at 2:37, it is showing that there has been significant deforestation. I'm assuming these houses are on Mardina. I'm looking at the photo, the last photo, there's appears to be a basketball net against a back fence. I don't know if Zach, if the clerk was able to share these with you as well?
Oh, I don't know, I've not seen these.
Or,
I can forward that to our planners, yes.
Sure, thank you.
It's going to be 2 emails.
Thanks, Zach.
and this is what one of the delegations was saying earlier today as well, is that there's not a whole lot of trees left to the south of the development.
Interesting.
Or at least once the fall and wintertime hits and potentially even spring, there's no leaves on those trees and it makes it much more open.
Yeah, certainly.
So in terms of going forward, would there be an opportunity to request that coniferous trees be added?
Would that be better having a plan approval today?
Be delegate authority to the directors, right, already?
It's possible that you could add a condition on the zoning agreement to require, say, set buffer, whatever that number should be. And
But
then-
that's if we said yes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
That's if we say
If you-
yes.
Yeah. If you say no, then there's no opportunity to add conditions to the zoning agreement. The alternative is on plan approval. That's where you would have to capture it.
Just before, so looking at this the way it is now and not wanting any further impact to trees, if we went status quo, that means the trees to the north, which is on the Hentliff Side Park, those are the ones that would be then protected.
You're referring to the trees on the north side of the developers?
The development, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, under the revised plan, there's significant parking lot cover and building footprints, so it doesn't appear that any trees would be preserved. Under the status quo, potentially there are a few more that would be preserved. Of course, Arborist report would confirm that for sure. But it would appear that the status quo plans offer the greater level of tree preservation.
Okay, no other questions?
With the new proposed plan, are there trees saved? Or are there no trees saved?
It's hard to determine from the plans that were submitted. They haven't labeled any as existing trees that have been preserved, so it's undeterminable.
Okay.
There is a 25-foot setback, but.
Yeah, under the old plans, you could imagine that they would be preserved, or they would have a higher chance of surviving given the greater setback. Because right now it's been approved is 25 feet to the building from the property line, whereas now it would be about 8 feet to the parking lot on one side and then 0 feet to the drive aisles where it jogs out.
If we're to grant an allowance in part to what is being asked today, would there be further opportunity to save any trees? Like give them some building, but not all the building?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Before the issuance of permits.
Okay. With the information that we have today, that probably wouldn't be possible to identify specific trees.
Okay, something I could do though would be allow some building and then mandate X number of trees as part of the zoning agreement.
To be replanted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I could do. If that's what people wanted to do. Okay, well, that's an option, that's not no. The best one I've heard so far, so. All right, I'm good.
So we can.
Basically, Councillor.
Go ahead.
Just to paraphrase so that it's clear, like we could give an allowance in part to what the proponent is asking for today. And as a condition of approval, we could mandate plantings of trees, to our heart's content. I mean, ideally if the proponent agrees and, if the committee sees fit.
Mm-hmm.
That's accurate? Yeah.
At least two further questions. So in 2018, the property is rezoned from, it was confusing as hell with the different park packages. I get that, but it was rezoned from from rural 5 to whatever it is now. It's
RFML.
Right, which is
rural.
Which is residential multifamily large, right? I mean,
okay.
It's, to me, there was a deal, there was a compromise made in 2018, but part of that compromise was the developer acquired building rights that it did not have prior to 2018.
Correct.
Okay. I've not been keeping up with the process of building here. but if it's phase 7, I'm assuming this is the apartment-ish, I don't know if they're condos or apartment, the other buildings have been built?
Yeah, it seems it's been built in phases.
Yeah.
So I believe the ones closest to St. Mary's are inhabited now. But then as you go deeper into the site, I believe phase 6 is not quite finished. And then phase 7 wouldn't have been built yet.
Right, and that's it, isn't it, I think?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably more editorializing here. It just seems to me, if the buildings at the higher height have all been built or are being built, and then we're here at the end of this 8-year arc, and we're about to, now we've got the bit where there's a height limit that's stricter, and now we're hearing from the applicant that, well, we like to not conform to that. Is that an accurate, have I got the sequence about right there?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Can you clarify one thing here? On page 9, it's a big area, blah, 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 7 underlying lots. Under the complete communities direction, the site is within the established neighborhoods, recent communities. The property is zone RMFL, residential multifamily large. And then the sites fall within the rural agricultural policy area under the complete communities and are zoned. Is that for like the park bits, or is that an old sentence that should have come out?
Oh, you know what? Let's take a look at it's not in there.
Because it's all been rezoned, except maybe the park bits. So.
Yeah.
This
Let's check it against.
this property right here.
Yeah.
Maybe nothing rides on that.
Yeah, it's showing as a recent community on our iView. I'm not sure where the rural and ag piece came from. Urban structure.
Okay, it's probably an old sentence or something.
Yeah,
Okay, nothing
I believe
rides,
so.
other than my, I get proofreading points. Okay. Have we canvassed everything then, or are there further questions for the administration?
Well, I mean, just in this, if we grant something in part and mandate so many trees, and the proponent is agreeable, like, is there, I know it's not what's in front of us, but can we imagine what that looks like in a few words? Like, what might it look like?
Are you looking for like an increased buffer, like a larger setback from the public path to allow for tree planting? Like,
Well, would that even be allowed within the current application today?
That's a good question. I mean,
Yes,
It would?
you could add conditions that say, if we are to grant further entitlements to building height, we want to see these considerations added.
So we could push them back.
You could say we want a landscape buffer strip of X amount of feet along that south property line to be planted with X amount of trees, or.
And then from where, Marcus, like if we wanted a buffer, where would the buffer go if we were entertaining that?
Well, again, I'm looking at the fact that there are, there's a lot of trees that are already gone on the south side of the development.
Yeah.
And so for the north side, if we're allowing the north side, or if we're allowing the amendment to go through, it's going to impact the trees on the north side.
Okay.
Because that's exactly where the setback will be.
Okay. All right. I think I'm done with my questions.
Okay. Perhaps
And we've already lost trees on
Anything
the
from the 2019 plan approval, which did reference the townhouses, it's right here in front of me. Any limitations from that? I know we've talked about they were supposed to consult, they were supposed to do an arborist report, or we don't have an arborist report, but any, like, to me, this 2019 diagram certainly is showing trees between the townhouses and the edge of the property line. But again, as Councilor Eller has pointed out, they could take them down. Then again, maybe they're in breach of the plan approval. Anything where not, any material issues from the 2019 plan approval?
The only conditions of approval with that plan approval were the ones requiring some consultation for the playground location, and then plan approval for that. And then there's another one for plan approval regarding the retention wall and the materials used for that. But I don't think there's anything else in that plan approval.
We had to do that? For the retention? I have no memory of that.
Okay.
Okay, so if they ever do want to do the actual play structure, and they are legally obligated to do it at this stage, they would have to do a full-on public hearing thing, okay.
If we
Okay,
want,
good, I think I'm done.
just going back again, if we were allowed a setback, this is a setback that would be protecting treed area now, or no?
I mean, based on those pictures that were provided, it doesn't look like there's a ton of trees.
So no.
There are trees, but the extent to which, it's hard to tell exactly what's where in these photos. I think it would be better served as an area to plant new trees.
So basically, we could solve this, at least we could have a guarantee in part for residents if there were a setback, and if we had that as part of the zoning agreement, and we mandated planting of X number of new trees. Otherwise, this lapses, and then the proponent comes back with something totally new, or they just build what they have. Those are all the options.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
But there's no lapse in here, right? They've got a plan approval.
Well, yeah, the existing plan from 2019, they could build that tomorrow if they wished.
Sure.
But I mean, lapsing in terms of they miss their 2 years, and then they don't build, and they're like, you know what, these trees are really a big impediment to development.
I see what you mean.
Therefore, we're gonna wait a couple of years, let the dust settle, and then come back and do something totally new. Like, we could have a bird in the hand today with a setback and some new trees planted, but that's a
They haven't been here
that's a
looking for
political
an extension
decision.
of time.
No, I don't think Time Factor did this. Because they've initiated development on site.
Yeah, it was at the east edge of the site,
Yeah,
but they've
it's a big
initiated
site.
development, yeah.
But we could impose a net new boundary condition where there would be no more development, and we could impose net new trees planted there, if we so chose, as part of this rezoning application. But that would be a political decision. It'd be up to, and really, like, Councilor Chambers, your ward, so I'm trying to figure out what the options might be.
So just thinking 2019, clearly we had from 2018, Roman numeral 6, no buildings be located within 25 feet from the south property line. So that's as blunt as it could be, right? So that's the 25-foot setback.
Yeah, but then they can apply as many times as they want to change that.
Like I said, it doesn't particularly prescribe that it has to be landscaped within that space.
Also fair.
So.
You could.
So, do we have to make a decision today? Is it possible that we can postpone the hearing?
Yes.
To have the public service look into tree, adding more trees?
Or how about?
Because I'm not comfortable making a decision today.
How about the proponent, talk to the residents and try to come up with something that everybody's okay with?
If the proponent is willing to do that.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me
I'm
we're
prepared to go ahead today, but it's not my
I
ward.
feel like if we vote on this right now, it's either it's no, and then it just goes up the line as a no, probably. And if we lay it over, we're gonna go through this whole public hearing again, but we're gonna have new information, and people will understand better what's going on.
Again, looking at the amount of trees that have already come out, if the plan is to move the building back, further setback, it's going to impact those trees to the north, which is adjacent to Hentleff Park. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Can we create, yeah, it's how do you protect trees? What would a tree protect, okay, the building setback, what's to stop a future developer from going back and saying, we want to take back? It has to be like a rezoning for park. That'd be the only way of really ensuring that that setback be maintained and as park for ever and ever. Otherwise, they could keep coming back and asking for those changes.
You could, you can condition the buffer, and actually just in thinking about it, it'd be wise to say, you know, through the analysis of a certified arborist who can determine appropriate new plantings and protection of existing trees. And then I would probably apply that to the north side of the property as well, same through having the arborist look at the impacts of trees along the north edge of the property as well, if it in fact results in the building being pushed back even further north.
Isn't this kind of a one-way street in that, I mean, it's mostly built, like the public can't come in here and say we're petitioning to change the zoning amendment agreement as the agreements between the city and the developer. I can't remember one where the city, you know, decided, you know, we gave away too much there, let's go.
No.
Let's go shave them down.
That'd be meddling in the executive.
Yeah, so now you've got, to the developer, it's a free shot for the developer to come in here and say, well, we've, like, sorry, but I'm just trying to get clear on the, like, if you got 6 at this height and we limited you to this on the 7th, and you build these 6, it sounds like we can say, okay, we'll give you more on this, but we want the ones at St. Mary's to offer all affordable housing. Ones by St. Mary's, all affordable housing. Or put in a transit turnaround loop, which is so desperately needed at the south end of St. Mary's, right? You can't, like, it's, I'm just not finding this it's just a one-way shot here, so I'm reluctant to grant that, given most of it's already built. I mean, we get these ones where people come in and say, the commercial units are useless, don't make us build that, we want to make it a work, play, whatever the hell the other thing is, right? You know, but like we had that on St. Anne's Road, but this is like the, you know, shovel, concrete has been poured here. Sorry, Councilor Chambers, I cut you off there.
So this to this is based on the context of the surrounding homes, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that hasn't changed.
I agree. I'm saying I find it, given there was a deal, to my view, in 2018, that you had to come, on the 7th leg of this, there's a height restriction, because that's, you're behind Martina and the other one. I mean, to now come with everything else all done, to come back and say, well, I suppose we're getting into argument here, but I just want to make sure of the legal footing here. I mean, nothing developed. Developer has the legal right to do it.
Councilor Hayes, I think legally we're good. It's like the proponent's coming in with that new zoning ask, and they're saying, and we could say, sure, we'll give you some of what you're asking for, but we demand buffer to protect forests in the future.
Yep.
We demand replanting.
Yeah.
Or we say no up the line, and then whatever happens, happens.
But what is it protecting?
Well,
that's the question, yes.
We'd have to set a buffer.
But again, what is it protecting? The trees are already gone.
Well, sparsely treed, we would create, right now there's a sparsely treed area, I heard from the public service, which we could ask that be retreed, and which would, as part of the zoning agreement, be protected as part of this development agreement. Or we vote no, it goes out the line as no, and whatever happens, happens. And even if we vote yes in part, there's a good chance to set the municipal board anyway.
I don't know that it'll end up at the municipal board.
Why not?
Not sure you can take a zoning amendment agreement to the municipal board. I'm not sure you can, though.
Oh, they can. Well, wait, amendment? I have to check the legislation.
Well, it would still have to voyage up through council
well-
anyway. So should we hear from the developer and
Yeah, let's
rebuttal
hear from
then?
the
I think
developer.
that might be in order.
Yeah.
All right,
I
so
think we have all the information.
developer can now speak
lot
in
of-
rebuttal to any evidence, and there's been a lot of it, that's come forward. You can't bring in new evidence,
New information.
although I'm biting
I'm
my
sure there's
tongue on
I'm
that
sure there's
one
plenty to
based
rebut.
on fourplex days, but that was then. All right, much discussion there. I don't, yeah, I mean, the floor is yours, so far away.
Okay. Bring that back up. Okay, I guess I'm where to begin here. Maybe I'll just start in sequence. I'll come back to some of the points you were just talking about the trees. I'm not aware of any trees that were deforested or removed aside from what was sanctioned by the city, but I'll get into that in a sec. Okay, number one. There's some discussion about tree cover being different in the winter versus summer. I still think a barrier is still a barrier, right? If it's a tree barrier, looking at a dense forest, you're still looking at something, you're not just looking at townhouses. So I think that there's still some value there, even though, even the pictures I took 2 days ago show the trees in a winter state. There we go. The building along the park, there's been some discussion about 2 stories to 4 stories. I'm not clear on the impact to the park in terms of additional impact to the park going to 4 stories instead of 2 stories. We've built 6 buildings to this point that are 4 stories right against the park. Yes, there's shadows, but to my knowledge, there hasn't been any death of trees. In fact, probably quite the opposite in terms of we cleaned up the creek, we cleaned up the garbage, we made it a lot more palatable in terms of that stretch between. The creek was full of propane tanks and old decrepit greenhouses from old, tree farm apparently that was on that site at one point. So I'm not aware of any further impact that would be on the park for going to 4 stories against the park line there. There was some opposition to further densification. Adding 26 more units, of course, is great in terms of adding housing. I won't bring that up. Councillor Mays was clear of that, but it is 7% additional density to our overall site, which doesn't really move the needle a ton, but it does make it one complete package in terms of the 100-unit building against the park versus spread out amongst the site with more expensive townhouses. I would think more people interacting with the park, being near the city amenity is a good thing. I think I raised that 8 years ago in terms of bringing more residents to the neighborhood to be able to use the beautiful park that is Hentelef Park. I think it's a good thing. The clubhouse, not a party place. We're going to be working within the applicable bylaws. It won't be noisy. We have other outdoor spaces that face the park already that have been built. No complaints to my knowledge in terms of how that's interacting with the park at this moment. Number 5, trying to find my notes here. Parking. There was some concern about parking on Mardina Crescent. To my knowledge, to this point, we've not parked any cars on Mardina Crescent. The distance is too great, and phases 1 to 4 to this point, we've actually been operating, staying alive with 1-to-1 parking. When we get to phase 7, that's actually when most of our parking opens up and we actually get more spots available on the site. So if there wasn't a problem up to this point, there won't be one in the future. Because the parking will be 1 to 1.3 when it's fully built out, if approved today. 6, there was some questioning of the renderings in terms of their validity, but then there was also some, and even with the city planning department, some reliance upon the site plans and where the trees were located. These are all conceptual visuals. They're circles on a page. And a rendering is just an, again, a conceptual visual, what it could look like. To my knowledge, that's the best way of really trying to predict the future is presenting an image in front of you, or we show it again, that best depicts what it could look like. It's the best we got, right? And the site plan showing where the trees are located, I think there's some misinformation with the administration in terms of, hey, I think there's actually more trees being saved with the old plan, or the new plan, sorry, versus the old plan. It's actually the opposite. And why is it the opposite? Because if we go back to, me trudging through the snow, taking pictures of the survey markers, that's the real deal. That's actually what's reality. Like, I took that as a straight shot. To my left is the pathway along Mardina. To my right is our property. So everything that's marked there as an X for the townhouse development would be clear cut and removed. And I'll come back to that in a moment. There was some other misinformation about affordable units equals more kids. That's not the case ever. We have affordable units in all of our other 4 phases at this point. We still only have 4 kids. So even though we'll add more affordable units, there won't be more kids necessarily in phase 7. The mechanical penthouse being above 45 feet. Yes, it is above 45 feet. That is a permitted addition. It's a 300-foot. Can I keep going? Sorry.
Yeah. Move extension 2 minutes.
Might need a few more than that.
Move extension 5 minutes.
5 would be good.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I got 2 speakers. Yeah, all those in favor? Aye. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Sorry, I have 16 points here. I'm trying to. Sorry. Mechanical penthouse is only 300 square feet and it's in the middle of the roof. So I mean, that's the projection. The wastewater work that was done on, that was applied for, that was brought up by one of the gentlemen here. Yes, that was an amendment to a servicing agreement that we had in place from the beginning, and that was in anticipation of phase 7 in whatever form it took. That was needed to update the servicing agreement so that we would be allowed to do the work out on St. Mary's to allow for that upgrade to happen. And that's only because the servicing that we used to have in 2018 is now gone. Like, the capacity is gone. So we actually have to upgrade. We have to pay to upgrade the street to make any phase 7 development happen in any format. The trees removed between the enclave and us, those were removed, but they were removed because in anticipation of the pathway we have to put in that goes to St. Mary's. We had a giant consultation meeting with Water and Waste, Parks, on-site, talked about all this. They actually tried to charge me $20,000 for those trees, which I pushed back on because I said, well, I'm actually building the path. You want to charge me for that as well? Kind of seems a little silly. They dropped it, we moved on, but that's why those trees were removed, and only those trees were removed. Okay, talking about setbacks, elevations, drainage, that along the pathway. I guess that probably just, yeah, right, I should go back to that one there, yeah. So, to clear this up, under the old proposal, we have a 25-foot setback from the property line, which is the survey marker that I showed you in that picture, to the face of the townhouses. However, the backyards of the townhouses have to be raised up to the elevation of the rest of our development. And then a retaining wall would be basically applied on the property line between us and the pathway. That's what has to happen in that scenario. In the scenario that I was proposing today, what ends up happening is the tree buffer remains. It's an 18-foot setback from the property line into our property. That's where a retaining wall is with a parking lot. So if you're looking to protect an area, that's the area to protect. And I'm here to tell you that if you want to further densify the trees, I'm happy to support that too. In fact, there are some gaps in the tree cover there that I'm happy to add coniferous trees? Coniferous trees too, if it's agreeable to the committee.
But this isn't even accurate in the sense that phase 6 is 20 feet over to the west.
That might be the case, Councillor. And if that's the case, then, then we have to look into why that happened. But in terms of phase 7 and everything else we're talking about here today, that's what I'm addressing.
Can I and
Yeah.
maybe we can stop the clock, or we'll
Sure,
give you
yeah.
more time. Inch me through that, I mean, there's bulletproof in the 2019 plan approval, 2018, there's a 25-foot setback, you said from property line to face of the townhouse.
Yep.
If you build the 4-story building, it's further back.
That's right.
But some chunk of the, from property line to 40 feet, a good deal of that's parking lot, though. Like, it's not leafy, like, I see it there, isn't it? That, yeah, that's the new, that's the
This is the
proposal,
new, this is the new
right?
one, yes, yeah.
Like, it's 40 feet set back, but a lot of that 40 feet's gonna be eaten by parking lot.
Sorry, the tree barrier, okay, let's start again. Pathway, 18 feet of trees, retaining wall, parking lot, building.
Okay.
That's how the new plan would go. The old plan would be not a lot of pathway, not a lot of trees, retaining
But is
wall.
Isn't Steve at least arguably correct in saying, yeah, under the old plan, we had this 25-foot setback,
Yep.
and here you're saying, yeah, and now you'll have more, because it'll be 18 feet. I mean, I'm just not getting this. Like, it's, surely he's right in that, isn't he? Like, he's saying, maybe they'll take them all down. Maybe every townhouse backyard will be denuded of trees. I think legally you could probably do that.
You have to raise
Maybe
them
that's just, yeah, fair point. You have to raise it up.
Yeah.
But, okay, maybe that's the answer then, is I'm giving you, I'm gonna keep whatever the hell is there for 18 feet and then go up. Under our plan, you gotta go up. Okay, I guess that is the,
The land has to
But-
come up regardless, whether it's a backyard or a parking lot. I'm just saying that the development starts 18 feet away instead of at the property line. That's the difference.
I'd have to think about what was in the plan approval though for that. I mean, we'd have had drawings, I guess, for with
Yep.
nice trees and the 25 feet, and maybe you're saying.
It's all conceptual.
It's not on me.
Yes, yes.
Fair point. Okay, sorry to interrupt and.
No,
Carry
no
on.
problem.
Well, no,
I-
it was a
I'm
fair
almo-
question, actually.
Sorry, I'm almost done. So, just wanted to clarify what that looks like. And in terms of, there was some mention about raising the land 12 feet. That's not correct. The land has to come up 3 feet. We checked the civil drawings. It's up 3 feet in terms of the elevation from the pathway existing on the city land up to our new elevation where we need to be back there.
What's the gap from the pathway to your property line though? Or does it vary?
The pathway to the property line is, I don't know if you can see it there, it might be maybe 10 feet.
That's about what it
Maybe,
is. Okay, thank you.
So when you raise that 3 feet, where is runoff going to drain to? The pathway, or is it going to drain to the Hantliff Park side?
Well, great question, because actually that's part of what I need to talk about here is the drainage, like there's bylaws in place that we have to hold all of our own water. So all the drainage within our site has to stay contained within our site. It goes to an LDS system that goes out to St. Mary's. We're not allowed to drain to the park. We're not allowed to drain to the pathway. So, there was some concern about the trees. Would they survive in the water? Well, we're not adding water to that situation. We're not trying to drain to that area. In fact, again, if you look at the example of the retaining wall that we've built along the Hantliff Park side, quite the opposite has happened. I think things have actually flourished on that side, right? The trees are stronger and greener than ever. In my opinion, I'm not an arborist, I'm not an expert, but they looked great. And then we have this retaining wall. And so those trees are doing great. The trees that sit in Norman Creek are doing great. In fact, even the trees that were sitting in the ditch between the enclave and us were doing great. We had to take them down because we had to build the pathway, unfortunately, but those were all doing great too. So, and I'm not sure if that's the misunderstanding that's happening about trees that were taken down, but we did have to take those down to make room for the pathway that's going to go in when we finish this phase.
So in one breath, you're saying that you have to retain the water on your property and let it drain out to St. Mary's.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you're saying that the trees are actually doing better because of drainage?
Well, we're not, our drainage, our water isn't ending up in the park, right? We're not flooding the trees that are in the park. with our water. It's just, it's quite literally
So
whatever.
your perception about the trees doing better is based on what?
My layman opinion of just seeing the trees doing well beside our development.
Okay.
Almost done. I guess the last thing I'll touch on is the pickleball courts. Sorry to bring it up again. You know, I'm here to tell you that we can certainly drop it. It was an idea of a community amenity. If it's not needed, if it's not wanted, I'm happy to build something else of equal value for the community, either in that space or elsewhere that the community determines. I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna, it's not the hill I'm gonna die on, but it was an idea that I thought instead of the children's playground. And then the last comment I'll have is you as a community do have the power to impose other, as Matt Allard has mentioned, sorry, Councillor Allard has mentioned today. You have the power to impose certain restrictions on us to ensure we comply with whatever your directive is, right? If it's looking after a tree barrier, so be it. If it's planting more trees, so be it. And so I think that gives you the power as a committee to manage this properly as it goes up the chain of approval. And we do hope you still approve us today, I might add. Thank you.
So the comments that Councillor Allard made in terms of imposing new conditions is based on an approval of your amended plans. However, if the amendments are not approved, it would be status quo. And from what I'm hearing of our public service, there would be no possibility of adding in other changes, such as increasing trees or mandating which trees don't come down?
Sorry, I'll let you go.
If you were to outright reject it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you were to outright reject it, then there wouldn't be an opportunity to impose any new conditions.
There wouldn't be, okay.
But if we have to deal with, if there is an encroachment from phase 6,
Yeah.
then we have a separate hearing.
You could technically handle that today with the encroachment on clause 5. but-
Say, if, I guess technically we could.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if there was a separate hearing on phase 6, we could impose some, build 2 play structures, we impose some condition, yeah.
Mr. Chair, through the delegate.
Yep.
So, my bird in the hand argument, if we set back and then we mandate tree planting, what does that look like for you in terms of what is a buildable project for you, and what do you think would be reasonable in terms of like this committee trying to take that land for future tree space?
Yep.
And then imposing it and granting you new land rights as part of that, but ensuring that that buffer is there and there's new trees planted. Well, 1, would you agree? And 2, what would that look like?
Well, I mean, some of you know me. I'm trying to work together here. I'm trying to be collaborative in terms of how we work on this. I think that what we have in our new plan, I believe, is 18 feet from the property line into our site. So certainly that's the area that can be protected reasonably without impacting the site plan that we've put forward here today. If we start going further than that, I think we start impacting parking spots, and then we have to look at further reductions in terms of parking for this development, or less units, I guess.
Okay. Do you think, just another question, do you think there'd be benefit to us laying this over a month and having more conversations with the neighborhood based on this new idea of a proposal, the concept of a plan, maybe?
I mean, maybe. I mean,
Just the way I see the
Yeah.
politics right now is probably a no vote, goes all the way up, gets canceled, and
Okay.
so you're not better off.
Okay.
That's me reading the room. I don't know if I'm right or not.
What information would you need us to bring back in a month, I guess, to help make a better
Well,
decision?
basically, I think a meeting with the community to say, like, we have these zoning rights. This would allow for a buffer of trees that would be protected if the community, if the Riel Community Committee rules in favor, and if it even makes it up the chain. So we have colleagues up there, they'll say, this is not standard, so we're not gonna approve this, and it'll just get killed anyway.
Right.
So like, it's only a chance at something.
Well, I mean, if an arbor support would help in terms of the health and location of those trees in the tree buffer, we can certainly do that. That helps make a more educated decision. In terms of adding more trees to the gaps that exist in that tree buffer, we can certainly try to map that out a little better, if that would help the committee. It's an idea to help create a better buffer between us and the neighbors.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could just have a brief recess.
Sure. Can I ask one question
sure.
before that? I mean, Councillor Allard, I think, has been pretty good over the years at saying to people, I'll give you whatever you want today, and big win for you today if you're the resident, but you'll get better. This thing's gonna go through, so work with us. And so I think he's saying the reverse now to you, or to the developer saying, so can you tell, like, it's 4 stories, it's 45 feet. The penthouse is I can see the point. Same number of units each floor, I'm assuming, or like, I mean, obviously the height, I don't think people are particularly worried about aesthetics. I didn't hear anyone say, well, maybe one person didn't like it, but, yeah, you could, that sort of, you know, if you talk to the community, I don't know if that's where we're going, but if you go to 3 stories, is it worth it to you? Because you're gonna have to put in this retaining wall, but you're gonna have to do that anyway, I think, so. You know, this sort of math and say, okay, well I mean, 26 feet's a little more than 2 stories notionally. Like there may be some way of saying, okay, well, we're further back. Obviously you make less money on a 3-story than a 4-story, so. But I don't know if you make less money in a 3-story than you do at 26 townhomes. I really don't. So, okay, I get that was, anyway, that's more of an observation perhaps than a question.
Sorry, I will say one thing though to the 26-foot cap, is that with the townhouses, the 26 feet of height is actually measured to the midpoint of the roof.
That's what I was gonna say, right.
So the actual height of the building is actually higher than that. It's over 30. So we're looking at townhouses that are 30 feet tall, that are much closer to the residents than what I'm proposing here today.
So it's a difference of 4 feet.
Sorry?
A difference of 4 feet.
Well, just because the 20, when
It
you
is
measure.
what you're confirming is a difference of 4 feet.
That's correct, yeah. It's
4
just because when you measure how
Yeah.
talking about maybe zoning measures height is to the midpoint of a hip roof, like an angled roof.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure you've done, yeah.
Yeah, we've had
26
this
feet to there,
conversation.
right, so, but I'm saying in reality, it's more than that, that's all.
But the renderings you provided are somewhat to scale?
They are to scale.
So that accounts for the 30 feet?
Yes, it does, yeah. Again, conceptual, but the best we got.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll take a brief, at Councilor Chambers' request, we'll take a brief adjournment
Recess.
then?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Travis. Lots of good debate today. I don't know if we've gone longer than we did back in 2018, but at least it's not 1 a.m. So, we have reached the stage then where we make some motions. So I'll turn the floor over to Councilor Chambers to proceed.
Okay, and I think this is the script here. Okay, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, that's carried.
I move that the receipt of the public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, that's carried.
I move that the recommendations of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forward to the Standing Policy Committee with amendments.
So that would be not be concurred in, and that will have the following be forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development.
Correct. So looking at Phase 6, in order for it to be compliant, that it is allowed as is to a maximum of 45 feet.
Sorry, I was distracting the clerk there who had.
The Winnipeg Public Services made a recommendation to NAWA.
There are recommendations to
They're not approving the recommendation, so I can go with the recommendation. They're not
Yeah, concurring with the recommendation.
with amendments.
And you want to add amendments?
Yeah, well, yes, option 3. So,
We're just trying to clarify wording here to.
With the clerk.
Counselor just sent you the document from Winnipeg Public Service.
you sent me the,
Document for this situation. What
got
Public
it.
Service? Yeah.
was this what, oh. Okay, just a second. It's asking me to verify a bunch of stuff. Hold on a sec.
I can also read it out for you, should you
Yeah,
wish.
go
I have
ahead,
it.
please.
Okay.
Okay, you go ahead.
Sounds good. Okay. So, as we said, that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service not be concurred in, and the following be forwarded to the Standing Policy on Property and Development. 1, that the zoning agreement dated December 18, 2018, the brackets the zoning agreement, entered into pursuant to development application number DASZ 6/2018, and registered against title to the land described therein, bracket the subject land, as caveat number 5143754/1 be amended and restated in accordance with the following. A, that clause 5 be replaced with the following revised condition. Condition I. The maximum height permitted for any building on the owner's land is 45 feet where it is located between the northeasterly limit of 81 Mardina Crescent, Lot 15, Block 2, Plan 46437, and the northwesterly limit of 81 Mardina Crescent, Lot 15, Block 2, Plan 46437, and 26 feet where it is located between the northwesterly limit of 81 Mardina Crescent and Lot 15, Block 2, Plan 46437, and the northwesterly limit of 119 Mardina Crescent, Lot 24, Block 2, Plan 46437. Number 2, that the city enter into and execute and deliver an agreement to amend the zoning agreement in accordance with Recommendation 1, the amending agreement, and other agreements as determined necessary by the city solicitor / director of legal services to be necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing, the ancillary agreements. 3, that authority be delegated to the Director of Planning, Property and Development to negotiate and approve the amending agreement and any ancillary agreements in accordance with this report and other terms and conditions deemed necessary by the city solicitor / director of legal services to protect the interests of the city. 4, subject to registration of the amended and restated zoning agreement required under Recommendation 1 against title to the subject land at the Winnipeg Land Titles Office. That caveat number 5143754/1 be discharged from the from title to the subject land. And finally, number 5, that the proper officers of the city are hereby authorized to execute said amending agreement. And that is the recommendations.
Okay, for the purpose of ourselves and the public, perhaps.
Layman's terms.
In layman's terms, approval of the encroachment from Phase 6, which we don't know if it's 20 feet or 21 feet or 19 feet, but we don't want to have a whole nother hearing on that, and I think we're willing to go with that. However, the other height limit, the 26 feet behind Mardina, stays as we said in 2018 and 2019. So that's the conclusion. Can you clarify for me the discharge of the caveat, though? What was that about?
So I believe that the language is there to remove the previous caveat and replace it with the updated language.
Good call. Thank you. Okay, so we need not deal with the pickleball business. The parking variance would not be required in all likelihood, given that we haven't granted the amendment.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay,
So supporting reasons?
take your time.
All right, so the proposed development seeks to increase the maximum building height from 26 to 24 to 45 feet, directly contradicting the clause 5 of the existing zoning agreement, DASZ 6, 2018, which was intentionally put in place to ensure compatibility with the adjacent family homes. Number 2, the proposal does not align with our Winnipeg 2045 and the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, which will require infill development to be sensitive to surrounding neighborhood character. The increase in height and density is not justified by a change in the surrounding context, which remains predominantly low-rise residential. As well, the original 28 approval involves significant compromises, including reduced building heights and density to address community concerns. The proposed amendment would undo these compromises and reintroduce issues regarding privacy, setbacks, and visual impact that has already been resolved. And lastly, the Parks Division has raised unresolved issues regarding tree preservation, garbage placement near public paths, and site drainage, potentially impacting adjacent parklands. The applicant did not submit requested reports such as an arborist study or address concerns prior to report deadline. Those are my supporting arguments.
Thank you.
I guess I'll add that, well, I don't know, I tried today to try to find a path forward, and I think it's just there needs to be more work done here. And Councillor Chambers has made an incremental change, and Councillor Chambers' ward, I will follow his lead, and we'll see what happens the rest of council.
And I'll take my time as well. I'll be supporting Councillor Chambers' motion. So number one, good planning report. So at least you never know how this stuff's going to get written up. So I would agree with the planning report and the problems here that the change doesn't respect the context. B, that there were certainly issues with a lack of an arborist report and lack of public consultation. And C, and the neighbors touched on this, there was this compromise, and Councillor Lukes, I don't know how she feels about it now, but Councillor Lukes could have just punted this thing back in September of 2018. It wasn't going to be in her ward as of a month later, but she didn't. So we came up with this compromise. It was zoned rural. It's a big 7-stage development. So I just find it leaves a bad taste when you build the first 6 phases and then you come to the bit where the height's lower and now you want to amend it. Well, amend it in 2019 or something to say this isn't going to work and we should have, we'll move the pieces around a bit here. So that whole process, frankly, leaves me with a bad taste. So I agree with the problems identified by Councillor Chambers, that I don't think it respects the existing context. Maybe we'll be back here in a year and they'll say, hey, we went back to the residents and said it's going to be 3 stories, and they said okay, and all of this complexity with the retaining wall, we can work it all out, but there wasn't enough public consultation, there wasn't an arborist report, it doesn't respect the deal that was arrived at, and I do want it flagged as this goes up the food chain here, that we're not just blindly saying no. We're saying, look, you're encroaching. We're not going to make you tear down phase 6. So fine, you're somewhat into the zone where you should only be 26 tall and you're 40 tall. We can live with that. But that's, to me, the compromise here is we're saying, look, we're giving you something, but we're certainly not going to give you this whole change of height limits behind Mardina. I don't think it needs, thank you to the developer for saying, look, we offered up the pickleball and tennis thing as an idea. People hate it. Okay, we won't proceed with it. I mean, that was always kind of a sideshow to this. It wasn't it wasn't like, oh, we were gonna get out of spending $500,000 on a play structure and do a $100,000 pickleball court. In fact, the numbers might actually have been reversed, so that'll have to get sorted out at some point, whether a play structure is to be built and where it's to be built, but we don't need to resolve that today. Thank you to both sides. That was pretty polite hearing as these things go. So thanks to all concerned for maintaining decorum. So there's nothing further. We'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor? Aye. That's carried. Thank you.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council.
Okay, I move adjournment.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned just before 4.